right, let's start with the Kungan Dastard video. Also, apparently, like Aiden Ross and Kai are beefing. But, oh, also, okay. Does anybody have a link to the clip of Ron talking about getting a bunch of controversial creators together and stuff? And he said like Dr. Disrespect. Let me see. I saw when I was scrolling past it. I was just like, I'm not even gonna. Like stuff like this, which is why what are we doing here? SQC and Stable Ronaldo announced doing a streamer iRacing event and inviting kick streamer Cheezer.
Bro, we were gonna do me, Tyler 1, and Summit, a big, like streamer iRacing event, right? Only big streamers, whatever. No tryhards, and actually do like a race. And my format was gonna be one sports car, one oval, then one faster sports car like a Ferrari, because it's kind of hard, and then an actual NASCAR, like. No, in the game. And actually, my idea was like the people that end up in the top, like whatever, like 8, we do an actual real life race where we rent out a spot and only like Honda Civics or whatever.
Me, you, Extra Emily, Rakai, and who else?
Bro, this isn't a fucking reading contest. Like, we're not trying to fucking like this isn't the fucking like do a strike on a fucking family of 6 on the highway type shit. Like, relax.
Watch your mouth, bro. You good, Mud?
Okay.
Yeah, Cheezer's on the Cheezer, bro. Let me see. I'm trying to find the other clip where like who's Cheezer? Oh, I can tell you who Cheezer is actually. I can tell you who Cheezer is.
What the hell is going
on? You know, we make a
Is Cheezer in this one? I think it's this guy. I'm pretty sure.
sorry.
Not this one. I think it's this one. No, this is.
You want to be a
This is Citrus. This is a different person. Cheezer is a different guy who also did some weird stuff. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. All of these clips are bad, but I'm trying to find like the clip I'm thinking of. Let's see. I mean, yeah. He's just a kick streamer. 3:10 a.m. EST, be there. Nick Fuentes and Sneeko. Kick.com/cheeser only on Kick. Did you make the no today? Or are we recycling? I recycled it. I was too lazy to make one. I mean, okay. If you just want to get an idea of who this person is.
Like, oh God, what a disgusting fucking race. Like, look at her dirty ass fucking feet.
Like, that's who this person is. And there's a number of examples of this. You have this one as well. Like, truly streaming site of all time, yeah.
Andy Byron.
So that's Cheezer. There was another thing that I saw from another clip farmer. Yeah, I don't know if I can find it. Oh, here. This is what I saw. Saber Ronaldo wants to host the biggest game night with every big streamer to settle everyone's beefs, which will include the following: FaZe, AMP, Aiden Ross, XQC, Dr. Disrespect, Los Pollos, Cheezer, and Bruce Drop 'em off.
Gartic phone to sell everything. Me, Kai, XQC, AMP, FaZe. Fuck it. Throw Dr. Disrespect in there. Throw Los Polos in there. Throw Bruce in there. Throw Rage, bro.
Let's not throw Dr. Disrespect in there. Let's not do that. Please no.
Throw Dean. Throw Aiden. Throw Cheezer, bro. We gotta get the biggest Gartic phone. See, and we gotta settle this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? We gotta do a Gartic phone to sell everything. Me.
How I'm unemployed and still don't know who most of these people are. You know who FaZe and AMP is, I assume. Ronaldo's a part of FaZe. Jason's a part of FaZe. AMP is Kai's group. Aiden Ross is Aiden Ross. XQC is XQC. Dr. Disrespect is a pedophile. Like, which is like, maybe we should, not involve him in the space, maybe. I take it that Ronaldo is joking here, right? But like, bro's a pedophile. He shouldn't even have a platform. But that's just me. Is this guy a Drake dick writer a little bit? I'm pretty sure he is. We already looked at Cheezer, and then this is just Bruce. Anyway. Let's start with this. I think it's funny, and then we'll get to the Kunga Dasser video. Here, I'll be right back.
Is the CEO of a company called Astronomer, and last night he took a woman to a Coldplay concert. Things didn't go quite as they planned. The ending will shock you, much like a Darman video here. Turns out Andy Byron is a cheater with Coldplay fever. He brought his side chick to the concert and they got put on the Jumbotron for like the kiss cam, or I guess like showing romance in the audience. And the way they reacted to it was so over the top, it was like they had like a red dot on them from a fucking sniper. So like Andy hits the deck, basically ragdolls himself. The girl turns around in shame, and they made it pretty clear something fishy was going on here.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very...
Ugh. This was so funny when I saw it yesterday.
Andy Byron is the CEO of a company called Astronomer, and last night he took a woman to a Coldplay concert. Things didn't go quite as they planned. The ending will shock you, much like a Darman video here. Turns out, Andy Byron is a cheater with Coldplay fever. He brought his side chick to the concert and they got put on the Jumbotron for like the kiss cam.
Bro, imagine your luck. You know what I mean? You're having an affair, you're telling your wife that you're gonna stay out with the boys or whatever, or you're working late at the office. You know? You're texting your side girl on your second phone that you have hidden away so your wife doesn't find it. Yeah, I got us tickets to the Coldplay concert. And she's like, Byron, you're the best. I don't even know what his name is. I was calling Byron, you're the best. You know? Pick you up at 8. He picks her up. You know, you're rubbing up on each other on the car. You go to the Coldplay concert. You're like, you know, you're just having a grand old time. And then the Jumbotron for the entire concert focuses on you.
Or I guess like showing romance in the audience, and the way they reacted to it was so over the top, it was like they had like a red dot on them from a fucking sniper. So like Andy hits the deck, basically ragdolls himself. The girl
general admission tickets, his Goober got box seats. Bro, he's a CEO. Of course he's getting box seats. He's like, I'm not treating my side chick like she a piece of garbage, a piece of trash. Excuse me. Expect me to get general admission tickets? Heck no. For Coldplay? Nah.
Girl turns around in shame, and they made it pretty clear something fishy was going on here.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh,
that's crazy. It's so... I haven't heard it with sound. They're like, oh, look at these two. Right, all you have to do is just like, do a little wave. You know, the husband could have like, you know, hit his face a little bit behind her head. Right, it still would have been a little bit awkward, but you know, it would have been nothing. But you were just like... You might as well have held up a sign being like, oh no, I'm cheating. This is an affair. Please don't put the Jumbotron on me.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
Lead singer of Coldplay was even surprised by that reaction. He even made a joke like, oh, they might be having an affair or just very shy. Turns out it was the former there. They were indeed having an affair. That is Andy Byron, a married man. That woman is not his wife. That is his chief people officer at his company. Fucking HR. Her name is Kristen. And this is clearly not some kind of business function here. He is wrapped around her like a cloak.
You never know. I sit like that with my coworkers. Sorry, I couldn't even say that with a straight face.
Like Doctor Strange's cape. They were very clearly there on a romantic evening, a date, a little soiree. And when they got put on the Jumbotron, that was checkmate. Like a furry's nuts after seeing Chester Cheetah. They were busted. So the reaction made it clear something was awry. The internet did some digging. That's how they found out this is Andy Byron, and that woman is Kristen Cabot, or Cabot, something like that, the chief people officer. He is a married man. I don't know if she's also married, I'm not sure, but he 100% is married with a kid. His wife...
With a kid? What did you tell your child? Okay. I never understood this about people who have affairs, right? When you have children, what do you tell your children? You're like, oh, little Johnny, I'm just going out to a work function. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Take care of your mother for me, because you know I'm not doing that. But that would bring them around to me. Dad, couldn't you cheat on mom with a cool band? They're like, Dad, Coldplay? Couldn't you have picked like Imagine Dragons or something? Okay. Couldn't you have picked like Imagine Dragons or something? Maybe they have an open marriage. Do you think if they had an open marriage, they would have reacted like that, Shatter? Like, no, they would not have. Not too much on Coldplay. From my experience, your dad calls your mom a bitch and tries to say he has needs. Dang, y'all live some crazy lives, Shatter.
Has 100% become aware of this unfaithfulness. As far as I know, she deactivated all of her socials, and it's looking like a real mess. That shit is so sad to see. That is just rough.
I mean, okay. You can view it as sad. You're not wrong for viewing it as sad. But let's look at the bright side here. She's about to be up millions of dollars. Bro, she owns half the company now. She's good. She can now like buy all the tickets to Coldplay if she wants to. Like WXY.
Rough. My heart breaks for the family here. This despicable piece of shit is not only cheating on his wife, but he's cheating on his wife with his chief people officer and doing it publicly, unashamed, at least unashamed until they got put on the Jumbotron, I suppose. Just taking her to a Coldplay concert. Now, he might have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling, Scooby-Doo gang super sleuths out there, because their reaction to this was so extreme that everyone could catch a whiff, smell something a little stinky, so they did the little bit of research on it. Had these two just played it off as no big deal, like they were dating or together already, I doubt anyone would have known that this was an affair. They would probably still be fooling around, canoodling behind his wife's back. But because he melted like Double D from the Ed Netty intro after they were on the Jumbotron and she turned around and evacuated, then people were tipped off to what was actually happening here. Now, as far as I know, there hasn't been an official statement from Andy or Kristen. I have seen this floating around, but there's no actual source for this, no official source to verify whether or not this is authentic. To me, it seems like a load of fish paste. The first half could potentially be legitimate, it almost seems real, about how Andy is acknowledging, the disappointment and apologizing to his wife and family. But then the second half, I think it's very clearly just taking the piss. I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became public without my consent.
His wife is
I
in on
respect
it, you
artists
never
and
know. No, Chatter, why are you defending the cheater? That's not what's happening. The wife is not in on it. If the wife was in on it, they would not have reacted the way they did. Andy spotted. Okay, this is Andy's alt account.
Entertainers, but I hope we can think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. As a friend once sang, "Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you, Andy." Those are Coldplay lyrics. I think it is meant to be a joke. I don't think this actually comes from Andy. I don't think this is Andy's statement or response to any of it. But I at least wanted to put it here because I see so many people talking about this being his actual statement, which I just don't think it is. And I can't find any source that claims that this is actually from him. So anyway, Just wanted to talk about this a bit. This is one of the wackier ways I've seen someone be caught cheating on their wife. It's really about it. See ya.
Yeah. I had to sneeze. So that's that situation. Oh. Jeez Louise. Thank you. Here, watch this while I go get some tissue.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? No, oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? No, oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? No, oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? No, oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? No, oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? No, oh, what? Either they're having an affair.
Also, I don't know if Charlie covered this, right? The person she's talking to is also a person at the company. Did y'all know that as well? There's actually 3 people at the company who are here right now. The CEO, the chief people's officer, and then another executive here. That's who she's talking to. I could tell she knew what's up even even knows the partner. Yeah. Why is Pop Base blocked? Because Pop Base is annoying. Okay. So that's pretty funny. Um yeah. Covered this. Now let's get to the Kungan Daster video. Wait, what? Okay, I want to see this as well. Let's start with this video. 30 minutes. Let's power through it. Because I'm hungry. I also need to order food.
I hope those 3 copyright lawsuits put that thought to rest, because every one of you motherfuckers that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter of time.
Hi, Inner Circle. If you're a lot like me, then you enjoy watching social media content creators. I like a lot of them. I am one sometimes. I'm inspired a lot by what they do. But, oh my god, if influencer isn't the most ironically perfect double-edged sword term for what it is that they do. A lot of these creators do this for money. That's not a surprise, and it's reasonable. I think the reason most of us do our jobs is for money. But there is a difference between doing it for money and doing it for the money. And there are some times where that distinction is more important to make than others. Today, specifically, I want to look
at... Did I miss something? No, he's just taking a break. He's taking a 3-day break.
at the content of public figures disagreeing with each other, and how a certain topical example right now has helped change it from what was once the disagreement of opinions and the exchange of ideas into a ego-driven smear campaign making immense profit that is threatening people's actual careers. And secondly, my personal goal for this video is to avoid saying anything that could be clipped out of context and used against me in court. And sadly, yes, the two topics are very related. But first, let's go over a rundown of the story so far and see why I would think it is a bad precedent to set. So the most prominent ongoing discourse to come from the creator space recently is between Hasan Piker, the political streamer and homeowner, and H3, the podcast host and former commentary channel. These two previously co-hosted a political podcast together called Leftovers that was abruptly discontinued when they disagreed on the topic of the Gaza genocide by Israel, with Hasan standing vehemently in favor of Gaza and H3 supporting the IDF. But them splitting is only where
they're not going to like that at all. They are not going to be fans of that characterization. Like you're in the video. I know. It's true. It's correct. But
because since then, whenever Hasan spent time on his stream covering a topic from Gaza, H3 would dedicate his own content to aggressively reacting to whatever he'd say, claiming it doubled as a slight at himself. Other political content creators around Hasan's orbit would comment on this cycle.
Hey, it's me. This is me. That's the only person I know here.
Leading to H3 focusing in on them as well and labeling them as his opponents, dedicating his content to covering their movements as well. Every time an Israeli attack gave these political creators something new to cover, H3 would use those videos within his own content by reinterpreting their commentary as direct attacks on his personal character towards his previous involvement. Meaning, to this day, Israel relentlessly bombs citizens in Palestine, Yemen, Syria, and everywhere else their Holocaust spreads, which means whenever these creators speak out on it, H3 spins it as a continuation of his discourse. What could have been an isolated incident of two large figures clashing in opinion has become a 2-year timeline of discourse between prominent creators that updates parallel to a modern-day Holocaust. Yes, that's a lot. It could be a topic worth analyzing on its own, and believe me, it has. And it's because of that I want to do something different.
Finally covering this? Not really. But it would be like if Curtis Connor said something about it, right? Cunga's not like a small content creator particularly. He's like 150,000 subscribers. But the big content creator would be like, you know, Ludwig, Curtis Connor, Drew Gooden. I don't think Drew Gooden would say anything. Eddie Burback, Morse Critical, people like that, right? Any person, Jawbry wouldn't say anything for like a few, maybe even a year anyway, if he was to say something.
Even though the specifics of this discourse are very important, what I'm additionally worried about that I haven't seen a lot of people talk about is how this being the most prominent discourse right now could be inspiring a lot of the people who view discourse content as a profit margin. To be clear, my investment in this discussion has nothing to do with the actual arguments being made. In regards to the actual discourse of the situation itself, I'm not here to attempt to add any nuance or exploration on that because, in my opinion, Hasan is right and H3 is in the wrong. Because their disagreement is on Palestine, I'm not here to put any devil's advocate into understanding their approach because what's happening to Palestine and Gaza is a red line issue for me. I have no interest in attempting to push any sympathy onto anyone who's willing to defend Zionism. I'm not approaching this story with a pro.
And this also kind of demonstrates why larger creators who are apolitical won't talk about it, but they will easily jump on this. I saw a tweet that said this as well. I think I saved it. Right, apolitical creators easily jumping on an issue that they view as kind of like morally easy. Here, I liked it. I didn't save it. apolitical YouTubers, when they find an easily milkable issue that doesn't require them to alienate their centrist right-wing audience to speak on. Yeah, 22,000 likes is pretty good. Like, let it bring back mogul mail for Epstein. Yeah, and we'll talk about that after this video, but it's exactly like that, right? Like, at least with like CoffeeZilla has been talking about Epstein for at least a few months, you know? Like, he's been covering since like there was apprehension about dropping the Epstein files. Like, there was a clear through line of CoffeeZilla be like, I care about this thing and I want to talk about this thing. But like Charlie and Ludwig kind of jumping on, being like, oh, this Epstein thing is happening, by the way. Let me try to explain it for all of you. But that's not something that he really talked about or cared about much prior to this being the case. You know? And so I don't necessarily see Charlie or Ludwig doing this. Any of this, really. Starting a video off of being like, Hasan's right, Ethan's wrong, full stop. Let's address Ethan's behavior. Right? They'll do well, you know, this is what Ethan Klein said Hasan and Denhams and Frogan were doing, and this is what Frogan and Denhams said that Ethan Klein was doing, and they're saying a bunch of stuff about each other, and I'm not going to give my take on it, but this is just all the information about what's happening here. Right? I can believe Charlie honestly cares about Epstein, but there's no way he cares about Epstein but not at all about Palestine. I think it's purely by how it is viewed optically, right? In that they noticed or they saw blood in the water for Trump, right? The MAGA base turning against Trump because of the Epstein stuff, and they knew that the liberals already hated Epstein or hated Trump anyway, so they don't have to alienate anybody. So they use that as a way to attack the like, structures of power that Trump is, as opposed to attacking Trump's base, because that's their base of support as well. They can align themselves with Trump's base and align themselves with the left, because the left and the right, by and large, were in agreement that like the government is covering up some shady child pedophile stuff with Epstein. You know? That's how he looks so young. Thank you. Does that make sense? But saying just very simply, I do not stand with Zionism and I stand against genocide, will alienate the Zionist in your audience. It just will happen. It will alienate the Zionist in your audience, and they don't want to do that. And so if there was a method in which they could talk about Israel-Palestine without alienating the Zionists in their audience, that's what they would do. But they can't do that, so they don't do that. I don't think it's a good way to approach things, but a lot of people care about stuff like Epstein that affects our country but snooze on other countries' issues. But if you are focusing and tailoring what you talk about based upon what other people care about instead of what you care about, you are a coward. Right? You are a cowardly person. And that is also worthy of critique. Right? And even then, people do care about Palestine, by and large. Right? Like, even if you filter it from the lens of like, stop funding foreign conflicts, that's something like 85% of the country, 90% of the country agrees upon, left and right. They don't like giving money to Israel. The left because they don't like funding a genocide, and the right because they want an America first perspective. Right? Israel's unpopular in 2025. Israel is unpopular. You know? Something that the other day, and I like you stole that from Sean, probably. So yeah, and so I think it's just a little bit cowardly to not even try to address that. But this is what's going on. Even for the mechanism of like Theo Von, like, I won't like yell at Theo Von for his like kind of like neutered down simplistic take of like, I don't really know what's going on, but I know that genocide is wrong, because that's a good take to have. I will support Theo Von having that take. I will criticize Theo Von for having that take and then hanging out with like the Trumps and stuff. Right? But if Theo Von can turn around and be like, I don't know how best to say this. I don't know if I'm using the best words, but I think that killing children is wrong. I think that genocide is bad. That's it. It's literally as simple as that. And if you don't do that because you want to either hold on to your audience, you want to, you know, keep the people who are pro-genocide in your audience, you think your audience will yell at you, you're afraid of losing brand deals, then, people have a right to call you a coward. Apolitical content creators should talk about it with the cover of Superman movie, country as cover. Yeah, like Will did. Will addressed it directly. It was like, yeah, Bravia was very clearly Israel. And Will had a very good take on that. But like, at a certain point, I just got to assume that you're just pro-Israel. You just agree with what Israel is doing. You know? If like Ludwig retires like MAGA male and only brings it back for Epstein stuff, like there was nothing within the last 7 months that was worthy of being talked about. It's an interesting thing, I will say. Yeah, not even ICE. Not even this is what's happening in our backyard in LA with ICE. Right, but I covered creators who found it important to talk about and why I think that was good. Right? Right here. It's been 8 days since my last upload. I need to be better. I was doing so well. 30K, 11K, 20K, 20K, 15K. I was doing so well. I need to keep posting. Hey, let's get back to it.
Hasan stance. I couldn't if I wanted to. I don't know anything about him. And I'm not approaching Hasan who's willing to defend Zionism. I'm not approaching this story with a pro-Hasan stance. I couldn't if I wanted to. I don't know anything about him. And I'm not approaching this willing to defend H3 because, again, I don't know enough about him to do so. What I do know is their positions on this argument, and I know that Israel is the biggest modern threat to human rights in our generation, which tells me enough about who's in the right here. I can't double down on this enough. There is no defense in Israel that is not rooted in bloodlust and cowardice. So I have no interest in playing both sides or trying to find a compromise here. To redefine what is happening as personal drama, I don't even want to come close to doing that here. And because that is what H3 is doing, I know who I'm against. So yes, when addressing...
True. This is, I think, the standard in which creators should approach the topic. Like, I'm not expecting people to come in here and be like pro Hasan, right? I'm not expecting creators to be pro Frogan or pro Denims or pro Casey trying to pro myself or pro Mike or pro Banana Banana or whatever. That's not an expectation that I have. I expect creators to see either what Israel is doing or what Ethan is doing and to condemn that because it's wrong. Ethan Klein weaponizing his multi-million follower audience against smaller creators who don't have the means to defend themselves, right? And all of his money to like force lawsuits on these creators is wrong. That is a wrong and bad thing, and it should be condemnable. The same way that like Israel committing genocide is wrong, and it shouldn't be a hard take to say if you think it's a genocide to say that is wrong. I just called it out, and Ludwig says L take because Ludwig is not viewing it as like this is what's happening. He's viewing it through interpersonal creator drama. That's the problem. Ludwig is viewing Ida's Constant Cop as interpersonal creator drama, which is doing exactly the opposite of what Kungen's doing here. Right? Kungen's like, I'm not going to involve myself in the drama. I don't care about the drama. I just know that this thing that I am against is wrong. I'm going to call it out. Ludwig is like, I don't care about this thing that I think is wrong. My opinion on that doesn't matter. I care about the drama of it. Let me talk about the drama. And from a pure drama perspective, right? Ian made a bad decision releasing the content cop. And that's what Ludwig filtered it through. Instead of being like, I think weaponizing your large audience against smaller creators is bad and wrong, and I am against that.
The specific story, I am going to be biased because it only takes a shred of empathy to understand that H3 is just one of many apathetic colonists who refuse to think outside their own experiences for even a second, wasting our breathable air, living as human beings in favor of this generation's Holocaust. I wanted to make sure that I said that and you know it before we continue, but let's take the specific details here and put them to the side just for a second, because if we're going to understand content around creators disagreeing, we have to understand why creators disagreeing can even be content. Content creators on YouTube have been disagreeing and arguing with each other since the very beginning. I know, arguments on the internet. Try not to be too surprised. It was pretty shocking for myself as well. Online platforms like YouTube and the internet in general, are centered around expressing the user's opinions, even when they're not explicitly stated. Whether the genre of post is social commentary, comedy skits, how-to tutorials, gameplay, politics, music, movie reviews, literally anything, there's an opinion being expressed by the person uploading the work. And opinions, fundamentally, are going to differ from person to person, so disagreement is inevitable. But it is the degree to which, why am I explaining fighting online? We all know it, we see it every day. But what's important to contextualize is that time changes things. With every passing year, the internet becomes more ingrained with our society, and what is considered standard behavior online evolves alongside with it, for better or for worse. Mostly worse. Whenever anything drama-related tends to start between creators, people tune in. Whenever anything even remotely drama-related happens between creators, people tend to stop and tune in. Even if they're not familiar with the creators involved, drama is inherently fun to watch. Meaning that because of the inherent entertainment of disagreeing, what might start as a simple argument between two creators might evolve into something drawing in astronomical attention and views, making the creators' fight all the more public. Previous examples of creators beefing used to be just back and forth uploads responding to each other's arguments. Like, I think this, well, I think this. I would say this to this, or I respond to that with this. Response videos. It was just turn-based uploads for the audience to follow along with to see updates to the argument, and you know that every video there was short and packed with ads, because we're talking about influencers here. Even when they're fighting, there's going to be some element of deriving money.
No, I got nothing. I don't know what the last round. Anyways, continue.
From it. So the fighting isn't new.
You know what? Guys, running ads. Let's continue.
We get that any opinion you might have is...
If you don't want to see the ads, go to YouTube chat.
...going to be met with fighting. But the degree at which the arguing is happening, that has changed. The type of discourse we're seeing, especially here now with Hasan and H3, has been influenced by our shifting culture, and there's still just too many large forces that have made our culture violently divisive, ready to explode at a moment's notice. Before we continue, there is an elephant in this room I'd like to address, which people familiar with this topic have picked up on already, but H3 is not this creator's real name, and he doesn't really look like this. I've been blurring his face, and I plan on doing so for this entire video. The short story is that
I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I
PK Pokeman just subscribed.
Why does that keep happening? I thought I fixed that, bro. See if I fixed it there. Let's continue.
I don't want to say the creator who's involved, and I know I do that at the cost of a lot of you finding that annoying, but I'm hoping that as the video progresses, you'll start to see why I did this. But for now, I'll state 2 reasons. The first is that I don't want his name to be...
Much appreciated.
used as a keyword in the search for this video and have
Too late, dog. They already posted you on the H3 Productions. They find a way. They will find a way. They're probably already in the comments. I'm not gonna check it because obviously, as I always say, never check the comments. But like, they'll find a way.
this profit off of the popularity of the drama. I'm not here to give this person any content to react to, nor am I here to give anyone from his audience anything to bolster his arguments. I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to contribute to their conversation. I'm here for us to analyze what's going on with a broader topic in mind, and I don't want to have my work devalued in that way. The second reason is that
I understand this, right? The issue is that Ethan doesn't care. Ethan doesn't care. Ethan, I guarantee Ethan will give him his own story anyway. It doesn't matter to Ethan. I saw this on my Twitter, where I was gone from streaming for like a week. I streamed like 2 times in the last 10 days. Right? Didn't talk about Ethan at all. Still posted me on his story. He doesn't care. He'll just do whatever he thinks can pull people back into the drama. Right? But he'll alternate his targets. He'll like go after Mike, and he'll go after Taylor, then he'll go after me, he'll go after. Actually, hasn't posted Frogan in a little bit. Right? Adam McIntyre or whatever. He'll just keep sliding with the targets because he wants people to keep paying attention to him. You know? And you can't react to well thought out criticism video anyway, which is why he won't react to it. He'll just say, "Oh, look at this person. Ha ha ha. They have little subscriber number. Ha ha ha. Views getting low. Ha ha ha," or something like that. You know?
as this video's title implies, there are legal elements going around, and a lot of videos talking about this have been included in threats of defamation lawsuits from channels that are a lot smaller than mine. So, at the risk of sounding selfish, I don't want my video to be included in any court arguments. Like, I can't afford a lawyer right now, are you kidding me? In this economy? This list of reasons could expand, believe me, but for now, it's enough. So I will be referring to this person as H3 and blurring their face, just in the loose hope that it protects me somehow, legally. But on that note of legal action, let's talk about how H3 has been weaponizing these threats on multiple platforms in order to silence his critics, and how the justice system might be used by creators more often now. Heavy lifting on justice, by the way. The first step of the YouTube and legality world is copyright infringement. By the way. The first step of the
Super Mario Galaxy music? I love this music.
YouTube and legality world is copyright infringement and fair use. It's base level stuff and has been standard since basically day one, but that makes it ground zero for the nightmare it's becoming today. One of the tactics H3 has been using on YouTube creators who are reporting on this ongoing breakdown is to issue a copyright claim over any clips of his stream the channel might show, reporting it as re-uploaded content. This is partially grounded in a reasonable contention, because posting somebody else's video violates the official YouTube policy on copyright. If somebody makes a video that I like, I can't just download it and post it unedited on my own channel, because that is just stealing. And if my channel is monetized, I might be making money off of somebody else's work. Very understandable stuff. But where this gets dicey is determining just how much of another video you can utilize, which is what H3 is capitalizing on to justify his claim wave campaign. Reposting an unedited video is obviously a violation, but this has led to people disagreeing on how much of a video you can reference and still get away with. Especially with the commentary genre, like what I do here. I might have to show pieces of a video in order to give context or show you what I'm talking about, and technically that is reposting somebody else's work, if you wanted to get very pedantic.
No, it's the Super Mario Galaxy theme, chat. You don't know good music. You don't know good music. Not this one. It's loud though. Not this one. Not this one. Nope. 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 This one. 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 Nope. 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 Is it from 2? No, it's not. It's from 1. Well, oh my goodness, there's so many of these, bro. There are so many. Let's start from the back. No. No. I like this one too, though. This was one of my favorite ones. No. No. I like this one too. Okay. Nope. Gosh darn it.
On how much of a video
Various game OSTs, you can ask for specifics. That's not helpful. I know for a fact it's Super Mario Galaxy. I know for a fact it's Super Mario Galaxy. I know it. I know it. Okay? Is it the comments? The comments are gonna suck. Gusty Guardian Galaxy? Is that a thing? Why is there so many? That's not at all close to it. What's going on? I'm trying to find what song this is.
video is capitalizing on to justify his claim wave campaign. Reposting an unedited video is obviously a violation, but this has...
I'm trying to find what song. I know for a fact it's Super Mario Galaxy, okay? I know it. DM squeaks and ask him. He's lost his marbles. No! I guarantee you it's Super Mario freaking Galaxy. I found it! I knew it! I knew it! Thank you, chatter, who said it's your save file screen. It's called a file select. I've listened to this song so many freaking times. So many times when I was a youth. It was just sitting on this screen, right? As I was doing other stuff before I selected my save file. I knew for a fact I recognized it. I love this game. It's one of my favorite Mario games of all time. Why is it so short? We'll get one more time. It's so good. A little bit, you know what? It's gonna be part of my intro song. Oh, self-save it. Okay. 30 Mario Galaxy during 30-hour stream. Maybe I will play it during 30-hour stream. You feeling when you find the exact obscure thing you were looking for? Yeah. The hardest part is when you don't even know like what it's called. Like There was one time I was trying to find out a movie, and I think I tried to explain it to chat as well. It was a movie about a dude who like saw like fifth dimensional figures or whatever. He was being chased down by like fifth dimensional figures in like suits and ties, cause he did something, and one of the figures grew very big. It was like, ah, I'm a very big figure, and I was just like, what was that movie called? I could not remember it for the life of me for a solid like 6 months. Right, I asked my family. They knew what I was talking about, but they didn't know what movie it was. But I found it. And the movie is called Alien Code. That's what the movie is called. It's called Alien Code. And so I will never forget it. ChatGPT is nice because you can go back and forth with it. This was before ChatGPT was a thing. Never heard of it.
It's led to people disagreeing.
Here. See? These guys. They were in suits and ties and fedoras and stuff. Good movie? Not really. But I wanted to find it, so I found it. Basically, old dude is like a cryptographer. I think that's what it's called, cryptographer. And he like had to solve a code for like this alien capsule thing. And then when he solved it, he was being hunted down by these other alien creatures because he was getting too close to the secrets of the universe. Or something like that. This straight to WSJ or SYFY. True just got here. Dudeberg, what's up? Anyway, maybe we'll watch it. It's an interesting movie though. Maybe you should watch it. Not sponsored.
Agreeing on how much of a video you can reference and still get away with. Especially with the commentary genre, like what I do here. I might have to show pieces of a video in order to give context or show you what I'm talking about, and technically that is reposting somebody else's work, if you wanted to get very pedantic and technical. YouTube addresses this with its rule on transformative content, meaning as long as a segment of a video is being used as an example within another creator's original work, it counts as being edited. So it's not theft, it's more technically sourcing. However, the public perception of this policy is muddled by the copyright enforcement of movie studios and music labels. Because if you show even a clip of a movie in your video or a tiny segment of a song, that studio or corporation has the grounds to come at you. This miscommunication between what is and isn't claimable led to rumors about a passable amount of a song or a movie being allowed. People claimed you could use 15 seconds of a copyrighted song before the YouTube censors could detect it. But despite that claim catching on, there's no evidence to back up any amount of reuse being safe. But the human spirit is nothing if not stubborn. Most creators will work around this by reviewing movies using only clips from a trailer, or they'll adjust the on-screen visuals or add an audio effect to a song to try and outsmart the detection software. A recent example in the short-form content that you may have seen is the addition of a horizontal line or text-based captions in order to alter the video. It's cluttered, but I'll admit it's a little less invasive than what YouTube has to do. The point being, companies
back in the day, you had a little video in a corner, right? It's like a small corner of this would be the actual video you wanted to see. And then the rest of it would be like the giant title. It would be a still image from the actual video episode. Bro. Yeah, and in 10 parts, exactly. Sometimes it's flipped. Bro, those were the days. I remember watching anime in 8 different parts on YouTube. In a little tiny corner. That was the time. I wonder if it still exists. Probably not anymore. Because I haven't seen it for a while. Now 1 minute and 30-second intermissions. Yeah.
transformative content at all, gave some creators the idea that any amount of their work being shown was available to be claimed. Even if they knew better, they have this option to claim first and feign deniability later. A big part of this is knowing how it really works, but doing it anyway in order to justify your actions to your audience. So we can go ahead and add that to my list of reasons for being vague. It's also worth noting that when you are claiming a video as a creator or studio, you have the option to take the video off completely or to leave it up. And
it's also important to note here that Kunkin's only talking about YouTube. He hasn't even touched on Twitch. And so Ethan Klein has not claimed anything that was posted onto YouTube specifically, from what I understand. He's hasn't claimed anything at all. He's filed a lawsuit, a copyright lawsuit, against Twitch streams that are already, gone. They don't even exist anymore. You know what I mean? The streams happen and then they not happen anymore.
And simply redirect all of the money it generates to you. This adds another layer onto H3's mass claiming. He's not having the videos be taken down, as all of them are still up. You can go watch them right now. Instead, he's telling his audience...
I don't know if that's necessarily true. Right? If he's talking about the videos that are mentioned in the lawsuits that aren't the content cop or the content nuke reactions, I think Dennis made hers a highlight. Okay, then that's a different thing, right? And mine are still up. It's on YouTube somewhere in the live section. But I don't think Frogan's is up. I don't know if Casey Tron's is up as well. Also, Casey Tron's not even on this list of people.
Copyright infringement and defamation, but off screen is only trying.
So they still exist. You just need to know the back end syntax. The front end URL is gone. No. If it's Twitch streams don't automatically get saved or archived. Whereas after 90 days has passed or 60 days has passed, they're gone. Right? They don't exist anymore. Twitch, nobody can get access to it anymore. Right? There's no back-end URL. You can't find it unless it's archived and saved on an archive channel. You know what I mean?
To steal the money it's generating. You can, as a creator, claim a video and YouTube will assume you're in the right. And it's not until they manually check it that they might reverse the decision. And by then, you might have already made a lot of money off of it. So on the technical side, these clips of H3's within commentary videos clearly fall under transformative content. But for the audiences unaware of this policy, what H3 is doing is a viable course of action to take and defend. And that isn't the primary problem here, right? I can't blame people for believing H3 if they don't know any better. The issue is that on the creator side of things, what he's doing looks very easy. And if a creator wanted to recreate this action and similarly gaslight their audience, this is telling them that it's still very easy to do. And that isn't even the only legal loophole at play here, because H3 has been relishing publicly the idea of actually officially going after these creators with lawsuits and defamation claims. And right now, it doesn't seem to be going unchecked. One of the elements that really led to this story being blasted into the public perception was the inclusion of defamation lawsuits. But the people already following this and familiar with the people involved understood that this had the ulterior motive of placing a hit. This being H3 threatening to sue and dox the mods of his Snark Reddit. And I'm aware that to the regulated people who are offline, that sentence has a lot of weird fantasy words, so don't worry, we'll define all of the stranger words here. Doxing. This is the act of spreading someone's personal address or information online against their wishes. It's really only ever used maliciously with the intention of inviting hurt or harassment onto someone from others. This behavior is a descendant of swatting, which often now includes stream swatting.
I think it's the other way around. Isn't doxing the ancestor and swatting is the descendant? Didn't doxing come first? That's not the biggest deal in the world, but like, that's how I always viewed it. Doxing came first, and then swatting came as a result of doxing because the information was out there, and then people started calling the police to send it to people after getting the information.
Where people playing video games on public matches would get frustrated and call the SWAT team on their opponents using their IP address. So real soldiers with real weapons treating it like a real threat. The implication of hurt there is very definitive, and doxing has the same implications of intended violence. In previous creator beefs on YouTube, doxing is something that didn't come up often, so when it did, it was considered an extreme violation. 4 years ago, the creator Frank Hassel was fighting with Boogie2988. He filmed himself showing up to his house, which Boogie countered by coming out with a gun and firing it in the air. This reaction split people, understandably, but they agreed the severity of visiting his home warranted some kind of severe reaction. Anonymous creators and VTubers are constantly dealing with doxing attempts from their fans, but even other creators in the same space have been caught with group chats dedicated to exposing the creators they don't like. And it's understood that, in exposing them, they are attempting to go after their careers. 2 years ago, the reaction creator Sniper Wolf doxed the creator Jax Films' home on her Instagram story because she was featured on his side project calling out lazy reactors. This blew up and drew in a lot of contention online, with most people agreeing that Sniper Wolf was way out of line in doing so. So even in these instances in the past, there seems to be this common understanding of this unwritten social rule that no matter what you're arguing about, doxing other creators was a sign that you lose the argument. Creators doxing each other was always seen as unacceptable. Audiences doxing creators has always been seen as them being manic and reprehensible. In all these cases and all others, unless direct harm is at risk, doxing is unacceptable. Mods, short for moderators, specifically on Reddit. These are the users, usually anonymous, who enforce the discussions by the individual subreddit rules. Subsequently, Snark page. On Reddit, where you can make community forums about anything, it's common to see larger public figures have a Snark subreddit page made about them, or to be brought up in Snark pages dedicated to non-specific figures in general. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's for being snarky. It's a page where people go to vent their frustrations on a creator, no matter how petty they are, without being worried about community reprimanding. So if a creator has a Snark page, they don't actually have it under their control. It's something assigned to them after reaching a certain level of fame. It's often moderated by fans, or ex-fans, who make sure the posts aren't violent or dangerous, just snark. It's a designated space to have personal, even petty, complaints. When I first heard about this, I just assumed it was another form of internet bullying, but now I would assign Snark subreddits under mean-spirited feedback more so than bullying. You don't go to an influencer's Snark page to read think pieces and consider nuance. It's a designated forum for venting frustrations without it reading like a direct attack. While I'm not in love with the idea in general, and I would personally hate having a Snark subreddit dedicated to myself, I do see the bright side in having one. At worst, it's a central...
That's strike number 2 Kunkin's gonna be crucified for.
...concentrated area for you to specifically avoid, instead of rolling the dice scrolling through your own YouTube comments. But even if it's mean, it can be a good place to see what your viewers are responding to. It's feedback.
Would have been a little more clear, because some Snark pages are just internet bullying. However, HG Snark is not, because it's well moderated. Yeah.
Even if it's malicious, a chunk of people are going to hate whatever you make anyway.
I think a big problem is that, like, Ethan oftentimes invokes just the term snark itself. So where's my phone at? I have no idea. Oh, here it is. LOL. Like, he just invokes the term snark itself as a way to just invoke a reaction out of people who have a negative association with the snark page in general, right? That's kind of what his role is. And so positioning all of snark as like doxers and harassers and stalkers or whatever serves his purpose, because then he can just be like, oh, Banana Banana is snark. Oh, Taylor Range is snark. Oh, Mike from PA is snark, you know? And then people are like, oh, we know that snark means dedicated harassers and stalkers. So therefore they're harassing and stalking, you know? Without even having to say that they are harassers or stalkers, because those would be claims that could fall in defamation. And so he just says that they're snarkers and let his audience fill in the gap of what he means by that.
And it's the contract all creators sign. So fighting against it is like swimming upstream. My point to this with the larger context is if H3 is mad about him having a snark page, that's understandable. That reaction is just a reaction, and it makes sense. But treating it like a severe threat that warrants you going after it with the legal process is an overreaction, and it is letting it get to you personally when...
Here, I'll be right back. So I want to play this video. So I'm not stealing any content. BRB.
Considerate of how many other people would be dragged into the situation who don't give a fuck and just want to fight. You know, make that video when Creator Clash isn't happening, I would say. That makes no sense to me. It did not help the event.
So gross. It's so gross. It's so gross. It's so disgusting. Right? Because again, maybe Ludwig didn't see it, but you know who did see it? I saw it. I saw the harassment that Frogan was getting. Right? Maybe Ludwig's curated Twitter feed didn't see, right, all the disgusting memes that were posted by not just Ethan Klein's community, but Destiny's community, Asmongold's community, Tectone's community, all the slop tubers communities. Maybe he didn't see that, but you know who saw that? I saw that. You know who saw that? Ian saw that. That's why the video was made, Ludwig. Ian saw that. And he thought that was unacceptable. Maybe you think it's fine. Maybe you think it's okay. And that's cool, right? You should say that, right? So I know not to support you, right? If you think that harassment is cool and chill, let me know, right? I can send that shit back to Goodwill right now. I can take that shit to Goodwill right now. Let me know, right? But Ian is the only person with a large audience that, you know, saw the shit that Ethan is doing as unacceptable and called it out the way it should have been. And what I'm so confused about, I'm back. I've returned.
Ludwig is literally getting on right now from those same. How does he not understand this? How does he not understand? How does he not understand?
Bro, every time I come back, I'm just yelling at myself. I yell too much. Are you streaming this weekend? I should be. Maybe I should take the day off as well to have the political streamer effect compound. Hasan's taking the day off, right, or the weekend off. And so if I also take the weekend off, then who knows what could happen? The world might explode. The world will end. Trying to start World War III. This mindset that he has, that to just let this slide, is what gets him on when he messes up eventually. The slop tubers will eventually come after you too. He's getting that now. And you would think that maybe he would understand that, like, those people are like piranhas. They sense the littlest amount of blood in the water and they go feral. Hey, I said that earlier today. Every time you say you're going to stream tomorrow, you don't stream the next day. So now that you said you're not going to stream, I expect to see you streaming. You don't tell me what to do. I'm my own man. I'm my own man. Anyway, let's continue with this video.
While letting go of it may be tough.
Happened to Hasan, y'all. You know, it was so sad. It was a self-suck accident.
Right thing to do is to ignore it and move on. In this instance, H3's snark page was rising in popularity following his year-long Hasan meltdown, and in response, he labeled it as
barred for social media. I don't really care about the electronic bracelet. He got barred from social media. It's so funny. Is he still in Miami?
personal defamation and claimed he was preparing a lawsuit to sue the moderators specifically. The thing is, there's no legal grounds for that. Defamation is a little more complicated than community-led discussions on someone's behavior, especially if you want to assign the direct violation towards the people reading. And, like, the moderators aren't posting the stuff themselves. They're usually just making sure, like, despite the heat H3 is throwing at the moderators, I think that he knows this.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit. It's driving me crazy.
I don't know what to tell you.
They go, oh, 230, you can't do anything. Really? I can't believe that. That a website just allows this level of harassment, and it's just like, oh, 230, you can't fucking... That's just,
230.
Section 230, they can't be held responsible for what their users post.
But in following through with a lawsuit, these moderators of this snark page would have to appear in court, effectively revealing who they are for H3 to see. I think the play here is to dox the moderators with the intention of intimidating them to leave. This would either lead to the forum getting shut down, or it would intimidate the rest of the people participating to abstain from it, because H3 now has this precedent set that he'll come after you. And H3 has demonstrated that they have no issue with doing this to people. So I don't think it's crazy to imagine that if they were in court and they found out who these people were, they wouldn't keep that to themselves. You know what I mean? They'd probably share it. The snark page is bothering him, so he's going after the people in charge of it and intimidating the rest of the people to leave it alone. I can't prove that that's what he's doing here. I can't say that's definitely what's going on. But it's not unbelievable. We can go ahead and add doxing to my list of censorship reasoning. Because, like, I don't want to be doxed. And you don't want to dox me. I'm inside in my attic editing all day.
You can't Jedi mind track me. Jedi mind trap. You can't Jedi mind trick me. Kunkin, I know. He's like, you don't want to dox me. I don't want to dox you. To be fair, that actually might work on the foot soldiers. You know, the Ethan Kleinsman.
Out. You won't find me. And even if you found my apartment, I live in a busy street. It's like a crowded area. You'd have to park far away and walk to my place, probably uphill. It's a hassle, and nobody wants that. Besides, I might boogie you. So H3 has no problem going after the individual viewers of people who disagree with him, even if they might be his former audience. But he's not the one going after them, right? What he's doing is opening the floodgates for his audience to go after them.
To call it just criticism without addressing his delusions that Snark caught CPS and since goes to his house. I mean, you can't. Ethan wants you to kind of feed into that, to be like, you have to address the skulls and say that the goals are stupid or whatever. It's just not worth it. Also, it doesn't justify what Ethan Klein is doing, right? He admitted himself that he doesn't know who called Stark. He doesn't know if Snark called CPS. He doesn't know who called CPS, right? And I think it's a losing battle to get into like the intricacies of that. Stark, yeah. If you can't tell, I started watching Game of Thrones, which, okay. Can I just say this? I get 3, maybe 4 episodes in Game of Thrones, so no spoilers. Why is there so much incest? I'm 4 episodes in, and there have been 3 separate instances of incest. 3 separate instances so far. Like, yo, chill. There's so much incest. There's a lot of just like sex in general. Like, it's just, like, I don't care if it's accurate. I don't want to see that. Just stop at season 6. Don't go to 7 or 8. I'm watching all of it. I have to see how bad it gets. It takes place in medieval Alabama. Okay, I don't like this at all. I'm not. Stop. I don't like this. What is? Wait to get to season 5, episode 4 at 32:15. Either you just know this timestamp, right? Which you need Jesus, or you looked it up, or you're just making it up and you're just memeing. But I want to imagine that you made it up and you're memeing. That is a crazy thing. You know what this reminds me of, chat? I've been wanting to talk about, or talk about this thing that I've been seeing recently that like have been happening to like people online in general, men and women. And it's like sexual harassment on TikTok. So sometimes you'd be like on a TikTok section, TikTok comment section, and it'll be an attractive person or an attractive like guy on the screen, and you see some of the comments being like, "Oh, I know it's 6.25 inches, curving slightly to the left, hex code 623194, little hairy." And you're just like, that's sexual harassment. What are we doing here? Or comments for like doing it to women being like, "Oh, I know it's pink and the lips look like this and it's this color and it's like and like just like that's also sexual harassment. What are we doing here? Can y'all not just be whatever happened to I think you're attractive? Whatever happened to wow, what a cutie? Whatever happened to man, she's fine? Why do we need to do all these things? What is Sorry, that's a separate thing. But like, geez Louise. Oh, my head hurts. I need food. How time is it? Oh, it's 8:50. It's not even close to my ending stream time. Okay, I'm ordering food. Let's continue.
And as it turns out, audience brigading is another bad precedent to set. I am sorry for butchering my lines. If there's anything H3 wants to take me to court on, the grounds of being a bad YouTuber, viable. The reason H3 is using all of his social medias and upload content to cover this story is for the purpose of keeping his audience up to date and on his side. If nobody agreed with him, this amount of focus dedicated onto other people's opinions is sad and pathetic. And it still is, but his fans see it as warranted, as they believe his claims of him being under constant attack. Keeping this story relevant over this amount of time is reliant on his fans feeling like they've been drafted into this war for his credibility. But is this really about approval? His fans already like him. He's trashed the hope of the involved creators respecting him. Is that really what all of this has been for? I can at least attest that personally seeing H3 dedicate so much of his time towards extending the coverage of this story makes me question if this is really about preserving his dignity or boosting his arguments. I mean, if so, a lot of this time could be better spent, right? And to be honest, I don't think this should be our primary focus, as we want to know what damage this will do to the creator space, more so than why he's doing what he's doing. But
Sure.
They could always have something to do with each other. So, okay, this definitely is driven by the personal vendetta, and the end goal here seems to be dominating his opponents. Checks out, sure looks that way. But if we're looking about this behavior and think about what might inspire other creators to repeat it, that isn't enough. Reputations are certainly prioritized online, but plenty of creators have no problem debasing themselves and their reputations for money. Oh, that's it. I got it. The lasting effect this will have on the creator space is going to have to do with money.
Money.
It's not impressive, but where I'm landing is that if other creators are going to ever copy pages from the playbook of events we're seeing here, it's going to be done so in the hopes of
that's me.
Recreating the profits being generated. Now,
Whoa. Why does Mike get a big face? And I'm relegated to the 4th slot. I'm still above Caroline. Got him. But like, gosh darn it, I should at least be here. That's not fair. Switch me and Lance. I'm saying it's racist.
I don't believe H3 is pretending to care about this just to grift. With the size of his platform, he does not need money that badly. He is fighting to the death about his opinions, and all for his ego. He's a narcissist. It's petty and emotionally driven, but the money aspect isn't small enough to overlook. For example, the lawsuits. H3 is definitely doing this for his ego, but he also seems determined to take money from these creators.
True.
One of these lawsuits that H3 seemed particularly focused on was accusing the streamer Denims over an alleged anonymous CPS call on his family. And when he was playing over his footage on stream, he intentionally moves his own camera to cover up Denim's chat while an edited version stayed uncovered.
I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This wasn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were...
No, it's this. I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
Did you catch that last clip? Yep, his own employee just tried to show him that he's wrong, and he ignored it because he's lying. At this point, I don't know if he's watched a single real video of me.
Which is enough proof that he's lying to anyone reasonable, but the fact that he is still pressing on with these lawsuits, despite overwhelming evidence and him being extraordinarily shady.
The only thing that I think Kuckendaster is wrong on here, is wrong on here, is the lawsuits are not about defamation. They are copyright lawsuits claiming that Denims, Casey Tron, and Frogan violated his copyright by reacting to a video that 2 or 3 of them appear in. Right, and how much that is fair use, or how much of that is like whether it's fair use or not, right? And so, I think Kungan gives him a bit more leeway with the idea that like, oh well, like he's doing copyright claims on this, right? But he's not. He's not doing copyright takedown notices, right? He skipped over DMCA. Copyright claims, copyright takedowns. He skipped over all of the tools that YouTube gives you, and Twitch, by the way. Twitch also has a system like this. YouTube and Twitch gives you to enforce your copyright, and went straight to suing these creators. He doesn't care about copyright. He doesn't care about actually making sure that his work and his IP is protected. He's like, I just want to steal money from all these creators specifically. Right, so he gets to the same point, but I think that is I think it's an added layer of how bad Ethan Klein is, because he didn't even do the copyright claim thing, right? He went further than even taking advantage of the copyright claim system that the internet space hates already, which is why it's so crazy that nobody's talked about this yet, right? Creators who like are DMCAing and like copyright striking others people, whether it's like Alinity or whatever, like copy striking PewDiePie. Can we copy strike PewDiePie? People were all up in arms about Alinity being like, can we copy strike PewDiePie or whatever? Ethan Klein went 2 steps beyond that and was just like, yeah, let's just sue them, actually. Let's just sue them. Like you said, he's suing them over streams that aren't even online anymore. Yeah. It's so insane.
Additionally,
consider the Alinity's women online. I had not considered that. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Noah Samson, one of the YouTube commentary creators who H3 claims to be suing for defamations, recently hosted a week-long fundraising event stream to send aid to Gaza, raising nearly $550,000 from his community. Which, a side note, this is an incredible accomplishment to achieve, and it makes me so happy to see the community pool what they can for what is painfully obvious to me as the right cause to support. I am especially proud of everyone who is able to send aid, and even though I might be biased, I believe Noah making this happen makes him one of the top commentary creators on the platform. H3 would disagree with that, though.
I don't know how many of you know who this guy Noah Samson is. He started his second video by saying, "Aliens threatened to sue me." It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Oh. Wait.
I'm literally going to sue you for defamation.
Uh-oh.
That's still a threat. It's still a threat. It's so funny because it is definitely a threat because it hasn't even happened yet. Right? So Ethan being like, I'm going to shoot you, and be like, oh, Ethan Klein is threatening to shoot me. He's like, no, I'm not threatening. I am going to shoot you. That's still a threat. That is what it means to threaten to do something to somebody. You have not yet done the act, but you are leveraging the fact that you might do the act, and you're saying that you will do the act in order to get some sort of rise or effect out of somebody. It's a threat. You didn't even do the line. That's not a threat. That's a promise.
Apparently, Noah raising money to help the victims of Gaza is secretly all about insulting him. So, it leads H3 to say this.
Noah just did this massive fundraiser, and let's say hypothetically I'm planning to sue a bunch of these people. They just keep raising money because Noah's like, let's prove to you that we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit, which is fine. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right?
This was one of the craziest. Also, one, the silence is so deafening. But two, this is one of the craziest things. He admits, right, in this moment, again, I will admit, it's not what he was trying to say. But in this moment, he admits that, like, he wanted to take the Gaza fundraiser money. Right? Like, why would you do that? Even so, his crew is like, that money's for Gaza. He's like, no, I know, I'm not gonna take that money. I'm just saying that he said that he's gonna raise money to prove that he can raise money to fight the lawsuit. And I'm glad that he did that because it shows me that is able to raise money, that he can give the money to me, because when I take the money from him. Which again is not how lawsuits work. You can't demand, like, somebody's house. Judge, yes, I'm demanding that guy's house, please. Thank you very much. You can't do that. That's not a thing you can do. You can't be like, yo, you're raising money for this lawsuit that I'm doing. You can't sue somebody, and when they raise money, demand the money that they raised for the lawsuit that you did to them as compensation. You can't do that. That's not a thing. That's what he means. He doesn't care what the money is for. He believes it is his. No, I will be charitable in saying that I don't think he is saying that he thinks the money for Gaza is money for him. I think he said that because he's stupid. But I think that he thinks that when Noah Samsen raises money for his own lawsuit, he can take that money, which is still wrong. You can't do that. Like, he thinks that he's entitled to the GoFundMe money for Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron. He's not. He's not. No judge in their right mind will be like, okay, they raised money for their GoFundMes to fight the lawsuit you did to them. I'm ruling that they have to give you that money. No judge is going to do that. No matter how much Ethan Klein and his audience sits there and like pretends like that's a normal thing, right? No judge is going to do that. You can't do that. You can't sue somebody and when they raise money to fight the lawsuit, take the money that they raised. That's not your money. The money will go to paying their lawyer, right? Until the money doesn't exist anymore. And the judge can rule, okay, this person did defame you. You're entitled to this amount of money, right? But that has nothing to do with the lawsuit money that they've raised. And he's been talking like that's his money forever, but like that's not a thing. The only way that he can get that money is if he takes it through like a settlement or something, right? But that is not a judge deciding that. That's only if Frogan, Caseytron, and Denim decide to settle. Which, why would they? What's the difference if the only settlement that Ethan Klein offers is for the money in the GoFundMe? What's the difference between just fighting the lawsuit until the money runs out? You know? So Ethan doesn't get anything. It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense. Why would they ever willingly settle for tens of thousands of dollars to give money to Ethan Klein instead of just fighting the lawsuit till its completion? Garnish future wages, does it work like that? Not really. Right? It really just depends on how like the judge rules. and if you do something completely egregious, right? But for the most part, a judge will not be like, okay, you have to pay, unless you're going against like a multi-million-dollar corporation and you like actually like, the only time is like if you're fighting Nintendo in like Japanese courts and you host the ROM files for all of their games for 10 years, then you will get your wages garnished by and large, right? When judge rules in his favor, they can garnish wages. To be honest, not particular, like that's not a normal course of action for American courts. It is an option that's on the table, right? But like by and large, garnishing people's wages is not like first case scenario for like, okay, this is how you're gonna pay for this, right? The amount of money you've like defamation, right? Or not defamation, copyright infringement. Ethan Klein claiming that copyright infringement for watching the content nuke. He's not entitled to garnish their wages for all of eternity, right? A judge will rule, okay, what are the damages for this? How much money did Ethan Klein lose potentially for Denim's watching this content nuke on her stream? And whatever that amount of money is, you know, then that would be the damages plus Ethan Klein's lawyer fees or whatever. You know, 100% garnish people's wages in eviction courts, at least in red states. Eviction court is different than like copyright court. He wants $150,000 for each of them. It doesn't matter what he wants. You know, it doesn't matter what he wants. It's about like what the damages are. You feel me? Like if you were behind on your rent to the tune of like thousands of dollars, then like wage garnishing is definitely more on the table than if you know, for copyright infringement for a stream, you know, 4 months ago that disappeared right after it happened. You know? But there's no way that he can prove damages up to $150,000 for Denims and Frogan watching the content nuke, or Case watching the content nuke. The reason why he can't do that is because they're not making like $150,000. There's no way damages will equal up to that, because they wouldn't have made $150,000 with the content nuke or without the content nuke. You know, so that it's not the case. You can't just demand. Like I can't sue Ethan Klein for defamation and then demand $1 million. That's just not how lawsuits or court works. Right? There is a after the judge has determined that I wasn't, or that Ethan was in the wrong, or that either Casey John Frogan or Denim was in the wrong or whatever, then there is a conversation about like what were the damages? How much money did you lose? And how much money are you entitled to in compensation? And maybe it's not even just money, right? Sometimes in some court cases, like if it's labor court, you may not be entitled to any money, but you may be entitled to get your job back and get back pay, right? So like for Starbucks Workers United, who sued Amazon Starbucks for firing them unjustly, the NLRB decided that they would get their jobs back and they would get back pay for all the time that they missed. But they couldn't have been like, okay, we now demand $1 billion from Starbucks because they fired us unjustly. That's just not a thing. That's not how that works. Right? Seems like any normal judge would think very low of Ethan if they get shown because of how he talked about the lawsuits. No, it depends. It really depends. Right? I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not like too well versed in like how judges make their decisions. And it depends on who the lawyer is. Sorry, the lawyer, who the judge is. If the judge is having a good day, bad day, whatever, going through the actual lawsuits, you know, what the judge's biases are. There's a number of different things that like contribute to a judge making the decision that they make. If my aunt did that, she was in court with her old job several years, and they had to pay her back pay and then hire her back. Yeah. I still think it's about humiliating them publicly, making them apologize, deleting all their content from him like the billionaire did to him. Yeah, but that would require them losing to him in court. You know? $150,000 is the maximum statutory damages for the willful infringement. It's not damages. Maximum statutory damages for willful infringement is not damages. But you just said damages, right? It's still damages. And it is the maximum as well. So it's not even like minimum, like what they would have to pay. You know, if the point still stands, is that like you look at the point I'm making is that as the complainant, right, as a person who files the complaint, you can't actually just demand money, right? You can't start demanding stuff of the courts. You can say, like, for a settlement to settle this out of court, this is what I want. But you can't say, you need to give me $150,000, judge, from this person. Thank you very much. That's not a thing. That's not how the court system works. No matter how much, like, the clientsman want you to believe that that's the case. Right? The judge makes the final call, and the judge is like, well, there's no evidence that they've made $150,000 from the video or from the copyright infringement. I'm not going to award that to you because that doesn't make any sense. You know? Has he actually filed anything yet? Yeah, he filed 3 complaints. What he's doing seems like anti-slap strategic lawsuit against public participation. What you're saying about Ethan jumping to suing won't be viewed favorably by any judge with a brain. Again, I will say there are judges who do rule very interesting things. So I will never be a person to rule out anything, because like judges be stupid too sometimes, you know. That's just the case. Sometimes judges are like, yo, I don't like this person, so I'll rule in this person's favor. They won't say that, but like that's, you know. There is a chance that Ethan Klein gets a favorable judge who like aligns with them. It could be ideologically aligned too, yeah. So there's a number of different things that can happen, but what can't happen is like he can't be like, I demand this from these people. Like I demand that they must judge. I am demanding that they must do 50 jumping jacks right now for the case to continue. You can't do that. You know, that's just not a thing. Actually, damages would be like if you sue a company for causing you health issues and the judge awards damages based on the cost of your medical expenses and the amount of immeasurable damage to the emotional and change your quality of your life, etc. I don't know how that differs from statutory damages. Again, I'm not a lawyer.
That's just math. That's just logic. That money's coming to me eventually.
Oh, here, run it back.
Raise the money that we can raise. They just keep raising money because no one's like, let's prove to you that we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit.
Statutory
Which is
damages
fine.
are set amounts in the
I prefer
statute.
them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right? Man, that's just math. That's just logic. That money's coming to me eventually, so it's good. If he was bankrupt, I wouldn't collect it all.
$1,000 per instance of reproducing somebody's copyrighted work as a made-up example. Then what's the, okay, you say $150,000 like the maximum statutory damages. So like if it was $1,000 per instance of reproducing somebody's work, if you reproduce somebody's work 150 times or 160 times, the max amount you have to pay or you could pay is $150,000. Is that how that works in your made-up example? Correct? Okay, that makes sense.
So in a way, it's good for me that he's crowdfunded.
You can't see it because I've smudged out his face, but this man is salivating at the thought of taking all of the money Noah and his community raised for Gaza. He plays it off as a joke, but there's nothing suggesting that this isn't his actual plan. Even his little podcast minion over there points out how disturbingly greedy he sounds, to which H3 just sloppily course corrects and drops the topic.
So in a way, it's good for me that he's crowdfunded. But I do think it's funny.
He's not crowdfunding for his lawsuit.
No, what he said, I'm going to crowdfund, but I'm doing it to prove that we can. Like I said, instead of crowdfunding for the lawsuit, I'm going to crowdfund for Gaza.
But that's like an actual good cause.
Yes, it is.
So what's
funny though is that he's asking his audience to chip in to prove, right, that he can crowdfund.
It doesn't prove anything.
But then, but
the sort at all.
There's got to be a limit. Like he can't go. You think he's gonna go?
Well, also, more people are obviously more willing to give to a cause than going to a good cause versus some dude's lawsuit.
Yeah, totally. That too. But like at the end,
what is the?
It's awesome. I think it's fucking great.
Again, there's no doubt I have that H3 is in this primarily for his own ego, but he keeps circling back on the financial aspects of it. Whether that's around his gain or their loss.
I just think he's stupid. You know? I think he's trying to do this like smug, you know, yeah, I'm bigger than you, holier than thou, like I'm dunking on these creators or whatever, that money come back to me. And then, but the way he's doing it is just like, makes him appear like he's a dick. You know what I mean? Because he's stupid. He's dumb. He's like, yeah, that he's raising all this money for Gaza, but that literally doesn't know the money's coming back to me. And people are like, that makes you sound like you're stealing money from Gaza. Well, that's not what I meant, but like, I don't think it required them to lose the case. He wants to pressure them to settle and save the money. He was bragging about Keemstar suing one of his haters and made the guy settle out of court and took the other guy's YouTube play button as part of the settlement. Yeah, but my point is that why would they ever do that? You know? Like if Ethan has presented that maybe they had maybe he had a decent case or like he actually you know, had or believed in the validity of his lawsuit. From what I've seen or what I've heard from chat at least, losing the lawsuit would like even if like Denham, Frogan, and Casey Strong lost the lawsuit, they wouldn't be entitled to like give Ethan, you know, what he's asking for here, right? And so why would they ever settle out of court with Ethan and give him the GoFundMe money, which again, I don't even know if that's necessarily legal for them to do, right? Why would they do that? Where they can just keep fighting the lawsuit with that same money and potentially not have to pay Ethan anything? You know? Like settlement works when people don't have the means or funds to fight things in court. Right? So why would they give up the funds that they are using to fight things in court to not fight things in court? You know? Is it risk incredibly expensive to have to fight any lawsuit? Which I understand, but they have some funds in order to do that as well, right? Why would they enrich Ethan's pockets, right, to settle with him out of court when there's no real evidence that, like, one, Ethan wouldn't just sue them again under different grounds, like defamation or whatever, or two, just, you know, reinforcing Ethan's ego. I think because lawsuits are not only expensive, but time consuming, which I understand. Right? Which is why, this is what I would say. If I was in the space, right, that these women are in, which I'm not, right, I would fight it until there's no money left. Right? In which case, I can't settle for what's in the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe is empty because I've been fighting this lawsuit for 2 years, you know? My theory is that he's a major gambling debt or something. For me, I'd rather see the money set on fire than handed it involuntarily. Yeah.
She's my African princess.
I still broken. That's fine.
777.
Time 7077. Thank you for the 2-month subscription. Much appreciated. And luckily, I haven't been in a situation, but I imagine I can get into 6-figure territory. The only problem is that there's no real reason to believe that Ethan wouldn't then sue them again, or wouldn't then sue other people again as well. You know? Imagine being the biracial token black guy at your local DSA, not being black enough to get taken seriously at the cookout when you suggest unionizing, can't win. That sounds like a personal scenario, speaking from experience. So I understand that if he assumes that he gets compensatory damages, that it won't go right to paying his lawyers. I don't know, honestly.
Yes, I'm unsure. Remember back earlier in this video when I was talking about old creator conflicts doing back and forth reaction videos, and I noted that they were all loaded with ads to mutually profit from the drama? Every podcast episode has ads turned on, and most have sponsors. The constant Instagram stories convince his audience to show him support by watching the streams, which increases the income per view. And for the drama creators watching and taking notes, they're not engaging with whether or not H3 ego survives.
Also, somebody in chat asked if I've been keeping up with like Kai dealing with the juicers. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that is referring to. I saw Kai hang out with Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross is like apparently back now.
They want to know if he's making money. So whether or not this is his ulterior motive, H3 is making bank from all of this, and that makes the harassment and vitriol he's caused everyone else all the worse, because he's earning money off of their expense. And what he's doing to brew audience...
He accused a bunch of Kai's friends of viewbotting. Didn't he already do that? Didn't he do that already? Didn't he accuse Kai's friends of viewbotting like 6 months ago? Is he doing it again?
Engagement and nursing their resentment towards these creators is vital to the process. And keeping them engaged with every minuscule update is what keeps the money printing machines charged. Posting over a year of constant uploads regarding this. Video after video, Instagram story after Instagram story, day in and day out, day in. Oh, I must have fallen asleep while filming.
Kai said Aiden's manager called him and kept on saying the N-word. What?
That is embarrassing. Nope. No, it's been 2 weeks since I filmed. There's probably been some updates in the case since then. Yeah, he announced he's suing 3 creators who reacted to his 2-hour hate video on Hasan.
Okay, that makes sense. This was filmed before this came out. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, because I was wondering why he didn't bring this up earlier. That's what I said earlier.
Got mad they were fundraising money for legal fees, admitted he only did it to harass them, threatened to add another lawsuit unless they apologized, which is illegal and extortion, and is planning on using his own money to wait out the case, slowly bankrupt them, essentially paying money to showcase them as targets for his audience to gleefully threaten them with torture and abusement. It's Ethan Klein, the dude we've been talking about, the guy who runs the H3 channel, the H3 podcast. It's Ethan Klein. He's known for wearing a lot of beanies in 2016, having an N-word compilation dedicated to him.
True.
And
that one.
Zionism. Within his career online, Ethan once was in a similar position where he was being sued for defamation by someone, and he seems to have taken all the wrong lessons from that and decided to apply
I'm sorry,
it here
I can't take the hate, like flat build cap, seriously.
His own benefit.
It's like those with money in the legal system have the...
Like, I didn't think it was supposed to be like a, this is what I'm doing type hat. I thought it was supposed to be like a, this is what I'm against type hat. You know?
Ability to destroy and bully and just defeat people on the grounds of I have more money. And you never would have a chance of defending yourself. It's obscene, guys.
Ethan, if you are somehow watching this,
hey, that's
I
me.
Humbly
good picture.
Volunteer to be sued by you. It would be a privilege to be the first white man in your official list of.
Well, this is a different tune. Okay, Kunkin Dastard turned around and was like, you know what? I didn't want to be sued before, but actually, now sue me. What are you gonna do? Sue me. Respect.
Ethan, if you are somehow watching this, I humbly volunteer to be sued by you. It would be a privilege to be the first white man in your official list of lawyer go-get-ems. I may be irrelevant based on you and everyone else you're suing, but life is short. What do you have to lose? Add me to the list. I would love to go toe-to-toe with you. And honestly, if you want to skip the court thing, we could just fight if you wanted. The point this video was originally building towards is that creators nowadays are relying too much on harassing in order to solve their problems for them. That's what this was about. The doxing, the audience brigading, all of this was going to lead towards the larger picture of harassment and weaponizing an audience to torture your opponents into submission. And that's bad. I don't like it, and I wish the point of the video was that. Just quit it, everyone. But unfortunately, the discourse happening right now is about to set the stage on whether or not this harassment transcends audiences and starts becoming more infused in real-world consequences.
If you thought I was joking, I hope those 3 copyright lawsuits put that thought to rest. Because every one of you motherfuckers that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter.
Wait, has he addressed since he's been back the fact that he said he was going to sue me and then rescinded his lawsuit after admitting that he doesn't have anything on me? I don't watch Ethan Klein and I don't care enough to know or to find out. Or the Wikipedia sidebar were different sides. It is kind of funny. Also, I want to point out here as well, I'm number 5. I'll take that. Hasan's the top, and then it's Denim's Frogan and Caseytron, which, okay, makes sense. And then it's me. F you, Mike and Grimlow. F you, I'm at the top. I will say, they gave me a hostile little icon. I'm like, I wanted a cool little hammer and sickle. We made it.
Fused in real-world consequences.
If you thought I was joking, I hope those 3 copyright lawsuits put that thought to rest. Because every one of you motherfuckers that I said
to make you one of the allied powers, I like not Russia or America, but still, yeah, I'm there.
For that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter of time.
If content creators, or really anybody who posts anything, gets the idea that they can have their opinion met with an opposing one, and they can fight it with lawsuits and lawyers and audience brigading, there is going to be no cap to where this can stretch. And larger point aside, that doesn't change the fact that Ethan is clearly running.
Bad Banana is just a character who I actually haven't heard much about recently.
Lawsuits against the creators in order to just drain them of their money and slowly bankrupt them with law fees. And hopefully even his diehard supporters will see how petty and cruel this is. Of course they don't.
That makes sense.
I hope this is fake, but it looks like some of them are being inspired by this to the point of wanting to do the same themselves.
I just saw a post being like, good luck trying to convince Mike and Hasan to break with Democratic Party. And he was like, we don't need sorry, I need to say it like he would say it. Give me a second, hold on. How I imagine he said it while he was typing it.
We don't need to convince Mike and Hasan. Their heads are being chopped off like the rest of them.
Or something like that. That's what he said. I was like, bro, what are you, a supervillain?
Feel attacked for supporting someone and being judged by others when that someone turns out to be a screwball.
You have to find on Twitter about people being hopeful for Zoran. Yeah, hey, I'm still here. W.
Creators should not have to be bombarded by legal fees for having an opposing opinion to Ethan. That's why they reacted to his video, because in this economy of creators, everyone's reacting to videos. His claim that they didn't react enough is insane, especially coming from him. For anything to change, we need platforms like YouTube and Twitch themselves to do or say something. And platform giants don't like getting involved when their reputations could be damaged. So, unless one of you has like a phone number for a higher up at either of these companies, they're probably going to say silent. What we can do
Call
as
Dan Clancy.
individuals is make sure that the audience reaction to this is pretty universally
I don't have Dan Clancy's number. It didn't work.
heard. Support these creators and any future ones caught up in these lawsuits if you can. Call out the disingenuous behavior on display when it comes up, online or offline. If you are a creator yourself, please respectfully put some goddamn elbow grease into condemning Ethan's actions here.
Oh,
because
I've been saying this. Maybe now a white man is saying it. They'll listen, but I've been saying this. I have been saying this. And just remember that once it finally happens, if it does happen, I was the first person saying it.
we are all about to be affected by this if it continues this way. Free speech online, as we know it, is about to be rewritten in order to cater to people who want to run crying to their lawyers. But joking aside and beyond all else, what frustrates me to no end is the fact that this is all stemming from unimportant creator drama. It is an important result coming from an unimportant spat that started in the first place because of a real-world genocide. The fact that we are all having to even spend our time thinking about Ethan Klein when Israel is bending history to its whim right now is completely unacceptable. It's unreal, and I cannot believe the creator space has become connected with this, of all things. The important part of this story is the potential risk of losing ground on free speech online. The unimportant part is Ethan Klein. It doesn't matter what specific creator is doing this. And even that pales in comparison to the loss of life. That is the most important thing. Please continue to support the creators and public figures who are vocal about this. Don't let intimidation tactics from media platforms, Zionist YouTubers, or even the US government stop you from advocating for what your core itself knows to be true. It's simply not worth the silence. Even if I am sued for every dollar, banned from every social media, or even detained by a flimsy acting government, I'm doing it having stood my ground for what I believe in. I'm hoping you'd all be willing to do that too. Free Palestine, protect free speech online. Fuck you, Ethan. See you in court. Or not. Well, everyone.
Honestly, that was the best part of the video, was this last part. It's just kind of funny because it perfectly demonstrates how somebody who was like had no idea about like any of this beforehand viewed this versus when the lawsuits dropped and Ethan was very clearly weaponizing his millions of dollars and millions of followers against smaller creators, right? He turned around and he was like, you know, let's screw this whole thing that I did before about like, I don't want to be sued, so this is the reason why I'm not talking about Ethan Klein. He was like, the creator I'm talking about is Ethan Klein. F you, Ethan. Suck my nuts. Right? Free Palestine. You know what I mean?
That's my time. Thank you for watching. Sorry this took so long to make. I will hurry up and immediately get started on the next one, so it does not happen again. Please take care of yourselves and others, and I will see you soon, hopefully. Alright, love you lots. Bye.
You're watching the turd video? I have not watched the turd video. I think I was going to watch it, but then I wasn't live for like 3 days. I'm going to see he dropped the Shall Not Be Named stick. The key Shall Not Be Named stick was dropped over the course of the video. Yeah. I think the turning point was just the Ethan Klein suing smaller creators and then doing extortion You see Paige Christie's wildly incorrect interpretation about the whole Ethan situation? No, I did not. Nor do I really care to that much, honestly. But yeah, that's a little bit of the Ethan Klein stuff. It is probably the last time I talked about Ethan Klein for a little bit. At least until he dragged me back into this. But yeah. Yeah, there is also the Hasan Tiesler apology thing as well that we can get into, because there is a discourse there. But honestly, you know, I've talked about already. Apology was asked. It's not my role to critique the apology specifically. It played the Mario Galaxy music. Sounds fine, but some of his fans are going crazy about just wanting acknowledgement. No, I think you're wrong. If you're talking about like the fans who wanted the apology in the first place. My take on this is I've talked about this earlier. I mean the cis fans. Okay, then I think you're right. I think you're correct on like some fans were going crazy about people wanting the apology. Thoughts on this? What is this? I saw this. I was gonna bring this up as well earlier. Right, but like what I think is kind of funny and what I think that I want to talk about it specifically, not this part, but like the Hasan apology thing is it's kind of similar to what happened with the whole like Hasan talking about a black women's hair situation a few years ago, right? In that Hasan would apologize for something, saying like, yeah, I could have acted differently in this way, and I acknowledge that, and I should have been better, while also acknowledging the fact that you know, either he's like not racist or not transphobic. But then some fans still turning around and being like, how dare you freaking demand an apology from Hasan? Or being like, it wasn't even that big of a deal, Hasan. You didn't have to apologize to these people. They're being too sensitive or whatever. You know? That's what it kind of reminds me of a little bit. Yeah, let me this. I want to show you this. I think it's slightly funny. I've been in the trenches over this for a week. It sucks. Tried out Hasan again recently just to clout farm. See, why do you even know that? I follow Jax, and I don't even know this is the case. Y'all are too in the deep about what haters are saying. What I think is a big. I think that's part of the problem. Honestly, I think that's part of the problem is y'all are too invested in what haters will say. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Problem is haters jump on the bandwagon and pile on the hate. Who cares? Nobody cares.
The black says
who cares what Jax is saying on Twitter?
Nice,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Who cares? If it's valid critique, then Hasan should take it. If it's invalid critique, then he should throw it away. It doesn't matter if like, oh, well, oh man, Hasan did this thing and the haters are gonna latch onto it. It doesn't matter if it was a valid thing that Hasan did that is worthy of criticism, then it should be criticized. And if it's invalid, then we can defend Hasan against the invalid criticism. Just because Hasan is criticized by the wrong people does not mean that criticism is always invalid. A lot of the times it is. A lot of times Hasan will face with invalid criticism. But y'all cannot separate what is invalid and valid criticism. You're doing team sports shit. You are doing team sports shit. You are looking at Hasan and you're saying everything that criticizes Hasan is bad and everything that defends Hasan is good. And doing that leaves marginalized people who might have critique of Hasan and Hasan's community, right, feel unsafe in the space. You're doing team sport shit. This is what Duda Bird says. People were excusing him for saying something that he said himself was wrong for doing. Community members were wrongfully attacked for just wanting him to address it. They weren't trying to cancel him. This isn't about the haters. Trans community members talked about it. Yeah. Like I wouldn't have made it permissible if he slipped up and said the F slur or the N word. So why are you excusing in this instance? You're pushing for people in your community, within your community when you're pushing out people within your community when you do this. Exactly. Who's Jax? Don't worry about it. It's not important. Not important, right? But the point is that like I myself have experienced that exact thing, right? And I'll get to the thread in a second. Thank you. As we seen it here firsthand, yeah. Jeez Louise. I need to open up my door. It's getting stuffy in here. Here, watch this while I go open the door up. Ugh.
Come on. Hot, sicker than your average. Papa twist cabbage on instinct. Niggas don't think shit stink. Pink gators, my Detroit players. Tim's for my hooligans in Brooklyn. That's dead right. Hit the head right. Biggie there, air night. Papa been smooth since days of under rules. Never lose, never choose to. Bruise, cruise, who? Do something to us. Talk, go through us. Girls want to us, wanna do us, screw us, who us? Yeah, Papa and Pump. Close like Starsky and Hutch. Stick to clutch. Yeah,
There are people who didn't even watch literally in the chat saying he should apologize and saying he did apologize and saying why are you such a bigot. Well, then fuck those people then. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care about those people. I care about the trans members of our community who wanted Hasan to apologize. And Hasan didn't apologize for a week. And I think that they are rightful, or they are valid, right? In feeling some type of way about the way that they were attacked for that week of time, right? That Hasan didn't apologize for wanting an apology in the first place. They were acting like they were crazy. People were saying that they were crazy for wanting an apology. People were defending it. People were saying it didn't matter. People were saying it's totally fine because he was just quoting a trans tweeter or whatever. And then Hasan came out himself and acknowledged that he shouldn't have said it and it was wrong for him to do so, right? And people are still like, oh, y'all are too far. You know, you demand too much of Hasan or whatever. You know he's not transphobic. You know, just shut up or whatever. Instead of acknowledging, yeah, maybe I could have been less aggro about the marginalized people in our community who just wanted Hasan to be better. It's especially important how many times I've heard Hasan reflect how trans his community is. It's unironically what H3 fans are doing. Yeah, because they're like the same level of like standing. It's something Hasan admits he was wrong for, and members were saying wild out and drama farming. Yeah, it's so dumb. And this is literally like, you know what it's like, chat? It's like where is it at? I had it back close it. It's like this. You know? Know how we talked about literally this morning? This morning, where if they didn't make such a big deal out of it, it wouldn't have become such a big deal. You know? Like if they just acted normally, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. You feel me? It's like that. People who were screaming like, leave Hasan alone. You know he didn't mean to do it. You know he's not transphobic, right? Instead of just like Hasan being like, my bad, shouldn't have said it. Caused more people to pay more attention to it than it would have had originally. It's simple to just be like, shouldn't have done it, my bad, I'm sorry. Right? Instead of yelling at the trans people who were correct and valid, because Hasan himself acknowledged that he shouldn't have said it. I don't know why we're yelling at the trans people who were validly upset about this thing. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not mad at Hasan as mad at Hasan as I am with the community handled it. This was disappointing to see within the community downplay marginalized members' feelings on the matter. I wasn't about trying to cancel him. Everybody was just asked for an apology, said as much, and said that they knew he wasn't transphobic. They just knew it was a faux pas, and they just wanted him to address it. That's it. And they were called records for it. Yeah. George Kai talking about Aiden Ross's manager calling him at 4 a.m. No. That since you talked about name dropped you an FD video. Getting criticized does not affect them whatsoever, but they act like they're being personally targeted. It's because they have a parasocial relationship with Hasan specifically, right? It's either they view Hasan as a stand-in for their own character growth, and they're projecting onto Hasan directly, or they view Hasan as like their ideology. So when Hasan slips up, they view that as an attack on them when Hasan is criticized, and they must defend Hasan no matter what he does. And it leads to situations like this, right? Like I didn't expect everyone has a parasocial relationship with him though. That's not at all true. That's not. And it's not normal. You should not have a parasocial relationship with anybody. Right? I didn't expect Hasan to apologize like while he was in freaking New York, you know what I mean? Or like around other people. You feel me? I assumed he was going to apologize for it when he got back to Los Angeles. You know? But the way the community operated as though trans people were wrong for saying, hey, I kind of want Hasan to apologize for this thing. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. And as Glue was saying, this is what I was said earlier. So I didn't address it because we already covered this. You're late to the party. And it happened with Hasan. We made fun of a black woman's hair on Twitter. This community has a problem. They don't want to address it. The community has a trend of downplaying marginalized people and thoughts and feelings. Yeah. Although Hasan asked his community to defend him when people was Asian about him online. I think a lot of people have gone too deep, gone too far unchecked, and Hasan should probably do some house cleaning. But he did apologize. About which one? He apologized for both of them, right? But the point is that Hasan apologized. Hasan acknowledged that what he did was incorrect and wrong, and he could have acted better. And in the interim, like the perfect thing is with the Jack situation, right? Is there were people who were yelling that like, oh, the black people who are talking about this are too sensitive, right? They're too sensitive. They should just leave it alone. Hasan's obviously not racist, so just shut up or whatever. Yeah, but this is the K. If he said like WV, Latino chatters can say that they want an apology. What do you mean Latino chatters don't get an apology? You can demand an apology. If that is something that you find as invalid or unacceptable, You can say, Hasan, I think this is unacceptable. I think you should not say that. You can say, you know, you can address that. You can't be like, oh, I don't care about when he says my slur, so you shouldn't care about when he says your slur. But what are we talking about here? I was talking about you see Harry the TikTok dem get bullied by Adam Freeland. I did not see that, but that does sound a little bit funny. Hasn't he said it's hard to see who's being legit and who's trolling when people get upset? Or maybe that was about fact checking. I don't remember him saying that. I think that sucks is there were always new fans or deeply drama obsessives who still have a lot of growing to do when it comes to this kind of genuine intercommunity conflict. Not even, because it's like long-term community stuff as well. This has been a consistent thread. This has been a consistent thread and a consistent theme that has happened with the Hasan community space, right? And I can go into this wherever the thread was that I had. I lost it. Oh, here it is. Right, because this is something that I've talked about, right, consistently. Never said trans people shouldn't get an apology. People are putting words in my mouth. What are you talking? I don't know what you're talking about. Then I don't know what you're talking about. If you think that Hasan should have apologized, if a trans member of the community wanted to apologize, and he did apologize, then that's fine. And the way the community treated those trans community members was not good. Let's also not forget the number of people who are like, it's okay, he has a past, like, maybe for real, it's not okay. And it always seems to be people who aren't BIPOC willing to excuse his behavior or forgive on marginalized people's behalf. I saw a lot of cis people using and laundering what Juniper was saying on Twitter about Hasan having the past against other trans people by being like, it's not a big deal. Did y'all see that? Juniper was posting like, it's okay, Hasan has the pass. And then cis people would take that and then be like, oh, see, this trans community member doesn't care about it. Therefore, it's fine. Like, that would not be acceptable in any other circumstance. If Hasan says the N-word, if I was like, it's okay, he has the pass, I expect other black people to be like, well, I'm not okay with it. That's not okay. He should apologize for it. Because I don't speak for all black people. We deal with other issues, to be fair, and that's not good. That is a bad thing. And there is a line or there is a level of nuance to make sure that the people who are criticizing Hasan are genuine in good faith, right? We do that as a joke though too. We obviously aren't giving someone the pass when we say it ironically. People are saying this unironically, yeah. Like there is a level of nuance to be like, okay, is this person good faith? Is this person operating in good faith? And I think a lot of people in the community made the wrong calculation. I think they did. I think that they made the wrong calculation, that like the people who are criticizing this are like bad faith, right? Or they just don't care. And they went like insano mode on those people, even when Hasan himself apologized for it. I really think the hyperfixation on marginalized people who do get it wrong has created a permission structure for cis white people to do the same. I absolutely think more people than Hasan contributed to this environment. Yeah. I think this is a part of a derivative of like people just putting everything under the umbrella of like identity politics. Right? Everybody just like shoving identity politics as like the catch-all term whenever marginalized people are the subject of discussion. Right? So now anytime a marginalized person talks about anything, their voice is inherently invalid because you can just put it under the umbrella of identity politics. You know? People are giving out the pass as if they don't know the pass is a joke. One of the marginalized people cannot give out the pass who's not a part of the group. Yeah. And so this is what this tweet thread was about. It said, we need to have a chat about how the 1 in 20 of you like this tweet. Hot and online left in general is dominated by cis white voices. So nobody's talked about this on stream, reacting to that video on left learning nothing for the Bernie Sanders. I was talking about how he almost left the Hassan's community a few years ago and even avoided recommending Hassan's to his siblings because of how we treat people we disagree with as records and how we disproportionately apply that label to marginalized individuals. White leftists are willing to give space to formerly racist white people to have bad teeth and crash out moments than for black people to have bad teeth and crash out moments. We see the same phenomenon here with cis leftists. They sympathize with the reformed oppressor rather than the oppressed because they were once the oppressors themselves. It's not that they were evil, but they didn't know any better. That may be true, but if you don't acknowledge that your actions when you didn't know any better still hurt and oppressed other people, then we're not truly reformed. You're still contributing to the same system of oppression that you excuse when you excuse the behavior of other allies. Yes, there are ESL and other contextual reasons why Hasan accidentally said anti-trans slur yesterday. Yes, we need to be careful about drawing attention to stupid things because Hasan has a lot of haters. This is not one of those cases. Hasan made a mistake. Hasan made a mistake that hurts trans members of the community, and I believe he will apologize for it after he looks into it off stream. Until he does, it's not your job to scold trans members of this community or tell them they're wrong for feeling hurt. There are very few spaces online that are safe for trans folks, and so far this has been one of them. We need to keep it that way. Okay, this was clear. I've gotten several replies that don't get it. I'm not talking about Hasan saying this slur. I'm talking about this community, how it jumped down any trans person's throat who was upset about it. Here's a clip for context. I should have included it sooner. Like I said, there's clearly an accident he didn't self-censor. It's not malicious. That's not what this is about. Yeah. The way the community just operates. You got me? The way the community operates as it pertains to partially, one, infantilizing Hasan, two, attacking marginalized people in defense of Hasan is a consistent thread. Right? It's consistent. It's a consistent thing that has happened numerous times. Right? As I said a few streams ago, it's gotten to a point where like I don't want to click on the streams anymore, you know? I don't want to engage with the chat. I don't. Because this community, this space, right, doesn't value my opinion. They've said as much. They've said as much. I'm gonna be honest, this is a very disillusioning week for me in the household in general. What did he say? Hasan? It's not about Hasan, right? I want to make it clear, this isn't about Hasan. Right? Hasan is a human being. He's human. He makes mistakes. And by and large, he does a good job of holding himself accountable and growing from the mistake that he's made, from what I've seen. Right? It's about the community. And that it needs to, we need to have a conversation about why the community felt the need to jump on all the trans voices who were like, I want, right? Or I feel as though there should be an apology for this. Why was that that immediately reacted to with vitriol. Because it wasn't just this tweet. Right? It wasn't just this tweet. There were dozens upon dozens upon dozens upon dozens of tweets being like, why are you mad at this? You shouldn't be mad at this. Shut up, don't be mad at this. This and that, this and that, this and that, this and that. Right? I'm not even gonna get into this. I don't care about the individual users. I don't. Tons, mostly from cis chatters. It's just crazy. Because again, this is not a unique situation. It's a recurring pattern with Hostwit when it comes to marginalized voices, seriously. Not even just Hostwit, right? It's the r/Hasan Piker Reddit community, right? It's the chat as well. Whenever a black issue comes up, whenever any marginalized issue comes up, right? And I think part of the problem is Hasan positioning the space as though it's not a space for marginalized people, right? And I think that there is some usefulness in that regard, right? She pointed out stuff about this. Wait, she pointed out stuff out of the community had been weird and disheartening to see. It's my side bias in stan culture. As you feel crows because I was a part of it. It's gonna take a break from all this stuff to reorient and focus. Yeah. But like, what I was saying is like, it's like positioning the space as like, this is a space for, or primarily for reformed racists, reformed transphobes, people to reform their views. And like the marginalized people in the space, like their needs and their space being safe becomes secondary to the reformation of, you know, former bigots. You know what I mean? Like there have been instances where like Hasan will talk about trans issues and will be like, I'm not talking to trans people. I'm talking specifically to transphobic people. Like you already, you know, no, you're already in this space. You're fine. Right. And I can understand not carrying the space towards every person's individual ideology. But when you are crafting and cultivating a space that is for reformed bigots, it's important to also make sure to do some housekeeping before you let them in the space. So that when stuff like this happens, it's not like, it doesn't get to this point. You know? Get them out of your shoes first. Yeah. But if they don't reform or show willingness to learn, then that's the problem. It needs to be called out by both Hasan and others in the rest of the community. Yeah, I don't know. It's I think it's a trade-off. He knows because his goal is to change minds, but you're 100% right that some housekeeping being needed. Yeah, and again, I understand Hasan's like goal. I understand what he wants to do or what he's trying to do with like crafting a space so that people are able to grow. But like that cannot come at the expense of the marginalized people in the space as well. Right? It can't. Maybe he's wanting to sign use a T word like a week ago. There's also a modding issue then? Not really. Like it's a community space issue. Right? Like this is happening on Twitter. There aren't mods on Twitter. You know? But like it's an issue with like the way that I think it's an issue about the way the community talks about marginalized people in all aspects. You know? Like it's in the Discord, it's in the Reddit, it's in the Twitter space. Community is also so large now that I don't know what it will take to get Hasan to personally adjust or reorient things. He can talk once about it on stream, but only a fraction of his instigators will ever see it. He can ban people with they remain on the internet. It's daunting. I think that comes to, and facing that issue comes to having more marginalized voices on the stream, like honestly. You know? Like chat not being able to contextualize why some trans people were upset or mad about, you know, his usage of the T slur, even if it was like contextually appropriate. You know? Like that can be rectified by hearing from trans people and hearing trans people's experience. But all too often do we sideline the experience of trans people because the space is not for trans people, right? It's a space for formerly transphobic people. Right? And so chatters not understanding that like why trans people would be upset or mad about this comes from them not being or having the experience of, you know, a, you know, wide breadth of trans voices. And so oftentimes they will point to a few trans voices to be like, you know, well, they said it was okay, so it's totally fine. Instead of like, you know, the totality of the trans community in the space. Right? It would be like if Hasan said something and I defended it by saying that I don't have a problem with this, but then people used my words to justify or to yell at other black people who do have a problem with Hasan, right? Again, I use like Jax as an example. Like Jax has an issue with Hasan, or a number of different issues with Hasan. I don't know like what the full totality of like Jax's perspective on Hasan is, right? And we could have a disagreement about like the usefulness for Hasan on the left or Hasan's view of like black people or whatever. But like, I think it would be cringe, right, to use my defense of Hasan and weaponize that against like Jax as like a white person. You'd be like, oh, this black person says something differently than you, so therefore your opinion is not invalid, or therefore your opinion is invalid, right? Now her perspective may not be valid. Her perspective may be incorrect or based in a falsehood. But using and like weaponizing the few like marginalized voices that are a part of this community against other marginalized voices, whether in this community or outside of this community, is a bit weird. It's a bit gross. You know? I think they know they have a reason to be upset, but the reactionary senses kick because the totality of the harassment that he's experienced. They see it as adding fuel to the flame, which I disagree with the assessment, but I also sense it internally. But the alternative is just like no marginalized people can ever, you know, try to educate Hasan or try to talk to Hasan about a thing, right? That implies that Hasan is done growing as well, which I think a lot of people see that as. I think a lot of people see Hasan as the voice of the left, right? They see Hasan as the pinnacle of leftist thought. Therefore, anybody who criticizes Hasan must be wrong for any number of different reasons. You know? So when Hasan said the anti-trans slur, they didn't view that as Hasan making a mistake because Hasan can't make mistakes. He's the pinnacle of the left. And so it must be the trans people who are incorrect for some way, right? It must be their fault as to why they're upset. They're in the wrong. Instead of like, hey, maybe Hasan's not actually, you know, done growing and learning yet either. And Hasan can be better, as we all can be better. You know? It should have been like a, hey, don't do that. Okay, I'll try better. But his community is always takes it as an attack and condemnation of the left. Yeah, and it's so weird, right? It's so weird. Because like, I knew that it was a mistake when he when I saw the clip when he said it. Because like Hassan will try to go out of his way to try to be better about the language he uses, going as far as to say like not even using like the term Negro, you know? Here, give me a second. Watch this video. In conclusion, leftists got so defensive at this tweet. I don't know, something about shoe sizes or something like that. But to answer the question, the best way to reach these men is to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face, their class position. Even white men have their labor exploited under this mode of production. They hate their bosses too. They are faced with poverty and they're straddled with debt just like the rest of us, and we provide a solution to that. The right gives them solutions that are shrouded in bigotry. You were fired unjustly from your job? The right will tell you that an immigrant took it instead of your boss deciding that your livelihood was overhead that they were willing to cut. The right will tell them that they need to be mad at trans kids, that women are out to destroy their careers with false accusations, and that black people are inherently violent and the driver behind crime. They thrive off of the culture war because they don't actually have the best interests of anybody except for the ruling class at heart. So don't engage with the culture war because you will lose that fight. The best way to reach these men is to show them that we, as the left, truly have their best interests at heart. I should have left with the barbecue video, you're right. Son is just a dude who says the right thing most of the time. I find it odd that people treat him like a god, like your views rely on his existence. Yeah, like, it's okay to disagree. So as a Hasan fan, but not a rabid community member, this feels like an issue born out of the constant attacks Hasan tends to get from bad faith people, including trans folks who act in bad faith outside of just Hasan. Doesn't make it right. Better or right, but online spaces have gotten off of this kind of discourse. Hasan, like everyone else, is imperfect. People often don't allow for that imperfection, and it takes an all or nothing approach. Yeah, but you can't say this and when like Hasan was in the wrong. You know what I mean? Like there's not, it's like a term for imperfection. Imperfection still requires a level of accountability. And that's a problem in the way that we treat, because again, I'll say this, that shared ability is not bad, but it's never extended to marginalized people. It's not. It's never extended to marginalized people. It's always extended to cis white dudes. That's it. And that's my biggest, most foundational critique. And it's always extended to cis white dudes. You know? The community will write off a marginalized person who has a bad take, right? Quicker than they'll give or extend shared ability and grace to like freaking like Bradley Martin or like Steiny or like any number of like right-wing white dudes. Cause like, oh, we need growth. We need people to grow. But that's never extended to like, you know, freaking black conservatives. Right? People will dunk on and yell at black conservatives, and black conservatives are not treated, and black liberals are not treated like freaking Harry Sisson. Like Hasan doesn't talk about black liberals the same way he talks about like Harry Sisson. You know, the community doesn't talk about black conservatives like they talk about like freaking Steiny. They just don't. They don't. That is the truth. That is the case. It's never talked about in the same way or in the same vein. They are like marginalized people are never extended the same level of growth, right? And so like I don't expect Hasan to be perfect. I don't expect Hasan to be perfect on black issues, right? But I expect that when I have a critique that it's from the black perspective, that it's not immediately disregarded because I'm a wrecker or whatever, because that has happened, right? When I talked about my frustration about people, like this exact thing, about people giving Dean infinite charitability, right? And that charitability not being extended to you know, black people in the space, right? I was treated as though a wrecker. right? I was treated as though I was trying to take down Hasan. There were people who were coming in here and being like, oh, I'm adding fuel to the fire. Oh, I am giving the haters more ammunition. I'm trying to take down Hasan as well. People were saying that I was joining the hate campaign to take down Hasan. But I was just like, hey, I don't like that Hasan is platforming Dean Withers. Like, this is insane. I've been in this community for like 54 months. 54 months in this community. People were calling me a wrecker for just saying, hey, this is frustrating to see Dean promoted as like a voice for the left to speak about racial issues, why when black people are never taken seriously. You know what I mean? Like I can pull up the Reddit post. That man can't hate in peace anymore. Yeah. The same attitude that a critique of Kamala's endorsement of Trump. It's exactly the same as that. Yeah. It's a critique of Hasan is it's an endorsement of the haters' take on Hasan, actually. I don't get it. What's the problem with Dean? Also, racial issues is really a focus of his? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm not going to get into Dean too much. I have a video on it if you want to see it on my YouTube channel about my problems with Dean, but Ethan enjoyed so much shareability. Yeah, he did. And it's frustrating. It was frustrating to be correct so many times on people like Ethan. You know? Because the way you're talking about Dean is the same way people talked about Ethan. Right? I don't get it. What's the problem with Ethan? He's just a liberal. Right? He's learning. He's on his pathway to learning and growing. Right? Give him time and give him space to grow. Hustle Ethan. Hustle Ethan. Like, he's just growing. Leave Ethan alone. Leave Ethan alone. Same people who did hustle Ethan turned around and yelled at FD. Yeah. Didn't have to figure out, but I heard your door open and close. Yeah, no, my girlfriend's here. So my door did open and close. That's fair. Ethan was saying a lot of unhinged. No, before that, there was a period. I don't know if you remember this, Chatter, but there was a period of time, right, while leftovers was going on, and I know because I was there and I was criticizing. There was a period of time where leftovers was going on, where Ethan got infinite charitability, and I was like, hey, I don't think Ethan's actually grown. And people were coming into here and were yelling at me. People were yelling at me. We've been criticizing Ethan before his genocide support, yeah. Because Ethan never adequately apologized and was held accountable for his racist behavior. Right? But because Ethan is a cishet white dude, the racist past, a lot of chatters project their own past onto Ethan. You know? They see themselves in Ethan and in Ethan's journey. And so they'll turn around and they'll view any criticism of Ethan, right, as a criticism of them. And they have to jump out and have to be like, they have to defend him. So there were people who were defending Ethan, right? Defending Ethan for, you know, like before October 7th happened. Or his misogyny and homophobia, yeah. You gotta stop taking chat's word for what a video from a creator like FU says. Watch the video or not have 50 minutes of chat describing it. I agree. I think I said this last stream. I don't know why he didn't watch the video. I feel like he either should have watched the video or he should have just moved on. Right? Because he has chat giving the most uncharitable interpretation of FD's video. And he then argues on what chat is telling him the video is. right? Which is like, and this is the part I don't get, because this is Hasan's direct criticism of his haters, right? Hasan criticizes his haters for never watching his own content and talking about what they see from other people's reactions to the content. You know? And I agree with them, right? Hasan has haters who will like, you know, who will just watch like drama slap hate videos or see what their audience says about him and will make their reaction. He's just like, just watch my videos and come to your own conclusion, right? Just watch the stream and come to your own conclusion. So it is weird to me to like spend like 15 minutes on what chat thinks the FD video is saying instead of actually engaging with the video itself. Oh, excuse me, how few FD videos Hasan watches, he's like he never watches them. To be fair, like his main channel videos are pretty long. It's pretty long. He said because Hasan's community is exactly who needs to see the video. His haters do it habitually. I don't think it's the same to criticize him for a few times he does it. 40K people for 8 hours is wild. No, I think that's entirely a valid criticism. Right? Just because he doesn't do it as much as his haters do it as a general concept of his haters, like, I think it's entirely fair thing to criticize Hasan for. If Hasan is going to talk about FD's video, he should watch the video. I think that's entirely fair. What was FD video? Was it? It was the this video. How we learned nothing about what happened to Bernie Sanders. There's credibility to what? They eat people? That the E people were kind of right. He's silly for talking on a video he hasn't seen. I mean, y'all tell him directly this stuff. I think you should. Maybe he'll listen to other creators like you instead of chat. Well, I don't want to get too far into talking about Hasan specifically because again, like Hasan's gonna do what Hasan's gonna do, right? Like my goal is not to like change Hasan's like content output or whatever, right? My main line of critique is for the audience specifically, right? There were instances where I have talked to Hasan about like some things that I think that he should or should not or can or cannot do better. Rather not change Hasan and just keep pumping FD Bill and Down the Black. The problem is like that's not most people aren't doing that, you know. I really hoping this is not parasocial, but I'm not assuming things about his life. He just seems like he's going 1,000 miles an hour for months now. Can't bother him slowing down or to address anything. So all my white friends to watch FD. True. I just ignore chat honestly when I watch Hasan. That's the best way. I need left Twitch who are FD, Bill, and Shauna Black. Well, Shauna Black is me. SDB is Shauna Black. Bill is Lil Bill on YouTube, and FD is FD Signifier, who's on the screen right now. Here.
Mamdani Mania.
I think Hasan impacts us though. Yeah, but like we're not choosing Hasan. You know, it's like moving a mountain to a certain extent. You know? Here, I'll play this video a little bit and then I'll get back in a second.
Is sweeping New
BRB.
York and the nation, but I'm worried that progressives aren't ready for what might come next. So if you're in any way politically engaged and you've seen New York mayoral candidate and winner of the Democratic primary for that position, Zohran Mamdani, on your screen or feeds a lot in the past few months. Mamdani came out of nowhere to somehow beat Democratic establishment choice and adjudicated sex pest Andrew Cuomo, a man that was for a moment being eyed as a presidential campaign hopeful way back in 2020 as he governed the state of New York during COVID. Cuomo had co-signed some Chuck Schumer, Amy Klobuchar, and Jim Clyburn, along with the funding and support of the Democratic establishment. And while his sordid past did him no favors, the real reason he lost isn't just that, it's because the magic behind Zohran Mamdani. Mamdani has a unique and dynamic background. He's incredibly charismatic, and he ran on a platform of basic and feasible policies. Some might call them kitchen table policies that support the working class of New York with sensible
I'm back.
changes
I've returned.
to the way
You can barely hear. It's fine.
things work up there to make it easier.
But yeah. That's sort of my perspective on the community. I don't know if I have much to add. Because of being in the community, what does it do for you? I like the community, right? I like being a part of a community of like-minded people and individuals. And I hope the community is, because it is the largest space on Twitch, right, for politics. Black person, Zohran, like Bernie is lacking on black issues, isn't motivating them to vote. White leftists, yeah, you live, we've been new. Yeah, exactly. Right? Exactly. It's just, it's so crazy. I get any sometimes that Hassan's policy to be charitable to people because I hate dealing with races, but I do understand we all have blind spots. Yeah, but like, what are blind spots if, like, you know, you get yelled at for calling them out? Right? And blind spots are good to be aware of, so you can rectify that when it is addressed as a whole. Not even just about Hassan, but like in the community as well. So when I say the community is operating in this way that is kind of racist, right? And the community is like, how dare you? How dare you call me that? We're better, we're less racist than the right is. And I'm just like, that is a low bar to clear. It's like what I said that got all the liberals mad, right? I have a higher standard for the Democrats than I do the Republicans because I am a Democrat, registered Democrat. I vote with the Democratic Party. And in that same vein, I have a higher standard for leftists than I do for the liberals because you should know better. You should be more willing to learn. But a lot of people don't get into leftism to learn. They get into leftism to be correct, to be right. You know? This is another part of the community. A topic that bothers me, critiquing something within the community you're in, being seen as antagonistic. I want this community to remain a welcoming space and intersection. That's why I call out when somebody does or says something wrong. I would expect it for me as well. I want this community to succeed. Yeah. Someone who's relatively new to the stream, can you give some of your criticism? My criticism about what? I've criticized like 6 different things so far. You gotta be more specific, chatter. my critique of Hasan, my critique of the community, my critique of leftism as a whole, my critique of white leftists, specifically my critique of Bernie Sanders and Zoran and like how progressive candidates operate in black spaces. Like, you gotta be more specific. I'm being real. So I recently got Twitch affiliate W. Wait, is FD a partner yet? Your thoughts on Guam, though? Should not be a U.S. territory. Hard to be cognizant of racism, transphobia, fatphobia, ableism, etc. Everybody has areas they can learn about. Yeah, which is why you should be open to like listening to those people. What about your critique of nope, not a partner? That's crazy. Create leftists of color. I think there are certain instances where I do agree that there is not avenues for people to change. And there are people who are more strict than I am when it comes to like people growing and changing from former identities or former ideologies. Right? But that is vastly outweighed by the fact that like people we are the idea that like we are too strict on the left and like we are too gatekeepy, laughable to me. Vosh is considered on the left. Like, what are we talking about here? You know, Destiny's still considered a liberal. He defends genocide. Well, as a lot of liberals do, but he's a freaking conservative. Like, let's be real. Like, the tent for what is considered the left is very wide. So the idea that the left is too gatekeepy kind of springs from the fact that like people just don't like to be criticized on things. And I do think that there are people who are a bit too aggro. I acknowledge that. But you don't talk about those people, you know? If there are trans people who are a bit too aggro on trans issues, they'd be like, we're going to eviscerate all cis people or whatever, you know what I mean? Or like women who are like, kill all men. So what? You know? They are a marginalized group, and they are marginal in numbers. Why would I focus my time on that? And if you are a leftist who yells about those people instead about the people who are transphobic in the left space, people who are racist, people who are misogynist in the leftist space, then maybe you don't care as much about those issues as you claim to. This is the agreement my wife and I have. I'm a redemption is almost always possible kind of person. Evil like serial killers. She's not a very big fan of craze for former bigots. I feel like a way to get over that for like both of your regards is just to like tackle it from like a realistic perspective. Instead of coming at it from like an idealistic perspective of like, should former serial killers be reformed or whatever, you take an instance of like somebody who's like, hi, I want to be a leftist. And you interrogate that person's belief to see what they believe, right? If they've actually changed, and you decide on that perspective, right? At that moment. You know? Just like Ethan Klein walks up like, hi, I want to be a part of this movement. And you're like, let's interrogate these beliefs together. Me who thinks that people like former bigots, I hate them. And the other person who thinks that former bigots can be reformed. We come together as like good cop, bad cop to interrogate this position. And sometimes some of those people will be offended at the interrogation. They're like, how dare you ask me about my last positions? I'm going back to the right. Which also happens. People were like, how dare you try to hold me accountable for what I've done in the past? I'm leaving for the right. You know? That does happen. But sometimes they'll be like, okay, go ahead and pat me down. Go ahead and pat me down. Yep. Yep. Oh, you caught my transphobia. Yeah, you can take that. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Right? Oh, you caught my anti-black racism. Oh, yep. Sorry, I forgot about that too. And then you just like, all right, you're good. You know, now you're allowed in the movement. That's like how I would imagine it would work. You know? She always hated that Hasan started leftovers. To which I understand. I also my perspective is I can understand why Hasan does something and still not like it. Right? Like, for me, it's not a binary of Hasan is a bad person if he does something I don't agree with, or he's a good person if he does something I agree with. It's, I understand Hasan's role on the left. I understand that he's going to do things that I disagree with, and that's fine, and that I can critique it, right? And Hasan can decide whether or not that critique is valid or invalid in order to apply it or not apply it, right? Same with like the trans people who are mad at Hasan for saying the anti-trans slur, right? Like, even if I didn't have a problem with it, you know, I don't have a right to have a problem or not have a problem because I'm not trans. Right? But even if I didn't have a problem with it, I'm not going to sit here and then be like, you can't have a problem with it because I like Hasan, right? I can acknowledge like, okay, I don't have a problem with this, that Hasan thing, this thing Hasan did. I don't really care about it. I don't have a problem with it. But I acknowledge that people do have a problem with it. And Hasan can understand that people do have a problem with it. And he can decide whether or not he wants to, like, apply that criticism to his future behavior. And if he doesn't apply that and you don't agree with that and you want to leave the community, I think you have a right to do so, right? Or you can be like, we just disagree with this and then move on and square. But Hasan is just one person. This is all indicative of a problem that Hasan is the biggest voice on the left and there is no alternative to him, right? And so if you leave the community, there's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else that has this amount of influence and pull, right? So like, it is very easy to fall into this binary of like, either you have to be pro Hasan or you have to be somewhere else in general, right? There's not a space to be like, I take Hasan's position on these things and I also will take this person's position on these things and I have a cohesive identity or whatever. The song get banned, what happened? Why do people keep saying did a song get banned? I don't get anything that my titles indicate he got banned. Did he actually get banned? Because of the titles? I know he's on vacation. Here's my last question, please. I feel like there's a large hole. Maybe the white people would listen. The new American left was historically black, weeding out the LARPers. I doubt it, but that's, you know. As the community does not discuss or present more writings from speeches from Fred Hampton, Huey P. Newton, Martin Luther King Jr., people who did direct left action, because I don't want to say they're racist, but they just don't care, right? A lot of the people in our community are just LARPers, you know? Vacation is just another way of saying being true. People should not base their entire political and moral belief system. Do your own research, fact check on your own. I agree. A lot of people won't do that. Right? A lot of people, this is why like the label thing kind of comes into focus. A lot of people just apply labels. They view themselves as a Marxist because they've heard other people view themselves as Marxists. And so they go and they listen to and read Marx, maybe, if they're not like completely LARPing, right? And that's how they craft their identity around specifically Marx. Marx. You know? And not like practical application of left-wing thought. Not saying that Marx isn't practical, but saying that like people, they just stop at Marx because like that's what I did the required reading. It's the people who will do the required reading, but not do the recommended reading. Right? They're like, I did the required reading of reading Marx and I'm good. I'm solid. I know all I need to know. This is why I'm a black conservative. No one will question my ideology in the community. That's crazy. Now the community will call Fred Hampton a tanky. They actually read some of his speeches. Here. Watch this a little bit more. I'll be right back.
Easier for people who actually have normal jobs to make a living and live in the city that they love. Because I am not in New York, I only paid passing attention through my New York peers and other pundits paying attention to the situation. But when I did watch a little bit of Mamdani over the past couple of weeks, I feel like, yeah, he might have something special, which is why a lot of progressives are excited. Mamdani's success could signal to other progressive figures as well as the Democratic establishment as a whole that it's time to abandon the neoliberal oligarchical framework of the party, which is how it's been ran since Clinton won the presidency in 1996. And this has degraded the Democratic Party from the lesser of two evils to just the other evil over the last 30 years. There's a lot more broader implications to the success of Mamdani that I'll let others cover. There's a whole conversation about putting faith in the electoral system to begin with as well, which I'm not going to get into right now. There's also the fact that highly progressive candidates and outright socialists have been elected to offices before without great results because they haven't had the backing that they needed from people after they're elected, something I talked about in my stream clips video the other week. But what I want to talk about today is one specific thing that can make this a non-starter to begin with, considering that his opponent in the final election is current Mayor Eric Adams, and that in the primary, Zoran won every major group of voters except one, black people. And I don't think y'all understand. The fact that Andrew Cuomo won black people was something that was immediately brought to my attention as, of course, the king of the blacks. As everyone knows, I need to answer for all things black people are doing, even in states and cities that I have no connection to. And because I take that role very seriously, I realized I would have to respond because as far as I could tell, the people bringing this to my attention were doing it as some sort of gotcha, bitch, requiring me to answer for black people that didn't vote for the obvious progressive choice for mayor when I and others say all the time that black people are more progressive than the general population. If that's the case, FD, why didn't they vote for Mamdani, who clearly had the more progressive platform? Why did they vote for Andrew Cuomo? And in response, I have this to say. It's clear some of y'all white progressives did not learn shit from what happened to Bernie Sanders. It hit me while I was streaming a couple of weeks ago that white progressives as a whole still are not ready for the moment, because when I talked about the issue of race regarding Mamdani, and I was talking about the historical truth that progressive policies have always been popular in America until you acknowledge or mention that those policies might benefit black people, and someone responded in my chat saying, well, that sounds defeatist. Fox Herman says, no disrespect, but that's a bit defeatist, but I get what you mean. It's not defeatist, it's just facts. I'm 5'11". If somebody tells me I'm too short to play in the NBA, that's not defeatist. That's just facts. And I was thrown at this being the response, but then I remembered that to a lot of white leftists, and especially white liberals, race matters are the equivalent to like a foreign language they've learned just enough about to get by while they're gonna go on like an international trip. And the vast majority of them haven't even done that. To a lot of white leftists and white liberals, they're not racist because they understand why racism is a problem. They're doing it because they know it might get them in trouble. And that's why we keep on having this problem. It's to the point that when I bring up how race has a significant impact on any mainstream political project, people slander me with being an identitarian or using liberal identity politics, when in reality, I'm just pointing out huge gap in basic knowledge and strategy that people need to understand, especially if you're serious about anything around major electoral movements. Like, I'd get being less interested in race matters for the more radical folks out there. It's still a flaw, but I get it. But if you genuinely care about progressive politicians and voting and winning elections and haven't done a full inventory on why Bernie Sanders lost black voters twice, then you have a lot to learn. And know, as much as I hate Jim Clyburn, it's not as simple as him controlling black voters. I'll explain by offering a little lore dump. I want to again admit that I was not and still am not a huge Bernie Sanders guy. To me, he's the best that exists in a political party that has almost nothing to offer, but that's got less to do with Bernie as an individual and more to do with the party as a whole. And I am very different now than I was in 2016 when it comes to politics, when Bernie emerged as a major player in the Democratic Party. And I liked everything that he was saying back then. I had not taken real leftist political ideology seriously, even though I've been greatly exposed to it, because like many black people, while I desired the socialism promised by Bernie Sanders and his movement, I had no faith that there was any chance it would win, and I didn't low-key trust that it was sincere. I was like most black people, especially post-Obama, very cynical and nihilistic towards our political system and invested in maintaining the status quo because the opposing options seemed like bigger threat. I had a lot to learn, like most millennials my age, black and otherwise, right? Getting that out the way. It's been steady growth since then, growth that is far from being done. However, one hill I'm still dying on is recognizing how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more specifically, a lot of his supporters, manage black skepticism towards him. To this day, I, like a lot of black folks, including black leftists and progressives, find it incredibly frustrating that Bernie supporters don't realize how bad they came off to black people at that time and how that hampered his movement. I know and understand the Bernie bro concept might be overblown, and it was a talking point developed by establishment Dems and the right to create a negative feedback loop between Bernie and black voters, but that doesn't mean it was a completely false narrative. I met numerous Bernie bro stereotypes in real life way back in 2016. And each one of those encounters left me more convicted in thinking that Bernie was nothing special. White leftists and progressives have deeply rooted anti-black tendencies and are far less accomplished in addressing those issues than they like to think. Like, I need y'all to consider the fact that Vosh was, and to an extent still is, a prominent, influential figure in the online left and has only been sidelined because of his love of horses, not because of his persistent liberal racism, among other things. And I'm at a point now where I realize that, like, there's a lot of people in my audience that don't know who Vosh is, which is good. Please don't look it up. Just imagine, like, the parents from Get Out, like, imagine the white families from Get Out. Imagine what their kid might be like. You kind of get an idea. People like Sean Head are also ardent Bernie supporters, and I'm getting DMs from other leftists who are calling me to make a statement about black people not voting for Mamdani. Y'all have some work to do. A whole lot of white progressives and leftists have a long way to go in recognizing those anti-black tendencies, especially when they feel like they're in the right about a political movement. And establishment Democratic strategists played on that in 2016, and they're going to do it again with Mamdani. And the same fan base is going to play right into their hands. How many times I need to hear from Bernie Sanders or from a Bernie Sanders fan that he marched with Martin Luther King? Y'all, why did you think you were cooking with that? That wasn't as bad as Hillary with the hot sauce in her bag comment, but it was in the same realm. And if you don't like hearing that, that's because you're part of the problem. And this is all before we get to phrases like low information voters. Woo! The unforced errors with y'all. You can, if you want, to say that this was all a smear campaign to frame the Bernie Sanders movement as racially tone deaf and overtly white. And to some extent, I want to be clear, it definitely was a smear campaign, but it was still successful. And it was only successful because white progressives were so underdeveloped in their understanding of race and engaging with the topic that they couldn't defend effectively against it. And that's partially because so many of these organizations and communities were devoid of black people to actually engage with and have conversations with about these issues. And if actual black leftists are resistant to being a part of your space, that again says something about your space, not about us. If you're still shocked, indignant, and in denial of what I'm saying here, you're probably part of the problem. If your reflex here is defend your susceptibility to the strategy that we have clear proof of working, then you are not ready for what comes next. It should not be lost on you that Jim Clyburn, the man whose only real role in the Democratic Party is to deliver the black vote, specifically here, the largest population of black voters, which are black boomers and petite bourgeois folks, he came out in support of Cuomo all the way from South Carolina for no other reason than to create the exact result that happened. Cuomo has been iffing at staying in the race as an independent, but it looks like he won't, especially after Al Sharpton of all people urged him not to. And you might think, well, hey, that's actually good. That means he might swing more people towards Mamdani. No, I think he's gonna support Eric Adams. Eric Adams is playing a very dirty game right now and using classic tricks that happen with powerful black men in black spaces who cover up their wrongdoings by cleaving to issues of race and the black church. When you look at Eric Adams speaking these days, he's surrounded by all the recurring characters in the background. It looks like a clip from the Boondocks. And the thing I know is that a lot of you do not know how to engage with the population that's being presented there. And that population is still very important to anybody that's trying to win an election pretty much anywhere in this country. Now, just off numbers, I don't think Mamdani will lose to Adams. Adams has his own scandal, like I just said, as well as the taint of Donald Trump on him right now. And there still is an actual Republican candidate, so it's like they're probably gonna end up siphoning votes off each other. But they're already testing waters on how to utilize anti-blackness to derail Mamdani's wave. I'm already seeing TikToks complaining that Mamdani didn't support Kamala Harris, which is some bullshit, but trust me, I know it carries weight with some black folks. And then we also have this story about him allegedly putting African American on his college applications, which the unforced errors with y'all are astounding. You low-key do not deserve to win for doing this type of dumb shit. But we move forward. And we move forward because Mamdani does have a degree in African American studies, and his father is low-key, from what I heard, a pretty significant figure in that field. And so I assume that he knows how to maneuver around these issues way better than Bernie Sanders did. And maybe that'll set a different tone for his followers. But I'm less worried about him and more worried about y'all. I don't know if y'all are disciplined enough not to repeat the same mistakes of 2016. I don't know if you all have built a ground game to be present in black spaces to actually talk to those voters as opposed to try to debate and browbeat them and shame them into voting for a candidate that is better than the one they're thinking about voting for. And again, I don't know if y'all appreciate the fact that me and like 20 other black leftist creators that came up in the last couple of years for this entire time were in unison pointing at Vosh and the white leaf community as a problem, and we couldn't seem to break through to a lot of people until he got caught up on his taxes. If you know, you know. There's gonna need to be some internal auditing on how easily some of you get tripped up by this stuff. This movement is really gonna need to mobilize black Gen Zs and millennials to cancel out the votes of their parents and grandparents who will show up to vote.
I returned. Jeez, I missed all the video. I was like, for like, what, 10 minutes? Any book recommendations? About what specifically? Overall, I agree. I don't think the online stuff will matter much, but the media has sucked at weaponizing it so far. Yeah, I think it's probably because Kamala was such a failure. That like the like whole like Zoran said he was African American stuff just doesn't really hit the same as much as it did. And Trump and Democrats not being like the fighters that like the black community also wants. Like black community is not like different than other communities. Like they also want like fighters to be there and to fight against Trump, and like the Democrats just aren't doing that. And so it's a lot quicker and easier for them to support Zoran, because like Zoran's actually a fighter against Trump. Democrats just don't have a recourse against it. Book recommendations. Let's see what book am I reading now. This book? No. I started this book yesterday. It's called I'm Not Racist, but I think it's by a white man, actually. This book. The Moral Quandary of Race. So I think this video just tells me that it's hopeless for the left in general because there's basically nothing we can do. As it feels like everything has been tried. No, that's not what the video is saying. The video is saying there is something you should do. What it is you should go talk to the people who are apprehensive about Zoran and change their mind. You know? Which he'll get to it a little bit later in here. Yeah, I misunderstood the thesis, but this video feels nihilistic. No, I don't think this video is nihilistic at all. Right? And there's also a problem that the left has is that critique feels like nihilism, right? And like leftists oftentimes wants to have their mindset reinforced, right? They want to be told, you're doing great, sweetie. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, that's right. Capitalism's almost gone. You got it. And they don't want to be told, pause, slow down. We need to fix what we have here before we keep going. That feels like nihilism to leftists, right? That feels like nihilistic. It feels like you're trying to stop and halt the progress. How dare you do this, right? Because a lot of white leftists want to keep barreling through, you know? Keep barreling through without having to be addressed for like, you know, either their role in furthering racism, right? Or addressing really anything about how they can be better effective. This video is just about how can you be better effective as the left, reaching black voters, And I think a lot of leftists don't understand is that they don't care, right? They don't want to say, just say what you think. I don't care about reaching black voters. If they said that, I would have no problem with them. Right? If they were just like, I don't care about reaching black voters, I'd be like, cool. We have a difference in strategy. You can do what you want over there, and then we'll do what we want over here. Right? But they pretend like they want to reach black voters, but they never want to have their strategy about reaching black voters critiqued. Right? They pretend like, no, we want to reach black voters. We want to build a wide coalition with everybody. And they're like, okay, you guys should do this to reach black voters. And they're like, no, how dare you say we need to change our strategy? How dare you to say that we need to do something different? How dare? How dare? You know what I mean? Another good way to describe it is a lot of leftists is the same way you describe other groups, like some gays that get theirs, and well, that moved. They don't give a fuck. Like some people are just progressive because they want positive social change for cis white people, not because inequality bothers them, so they want most marginalized people to be okay, and they want most marginalized people to be okay. Which is why I think it's important to critique why people are leftists. This is just in general, like a little bit of housekeeping. Why are you a leftist? Why do you believe things you believe? Right? I think there is usefulness in building coalitions with people who are like that. Right? There is a usefulness in building coalition with like racist white people who want better wages for themselves. They are still coalition partners and to a certain degree. You know? They can be useful. But it's important to realize that they can be useful, but they are not a part of us. You know? But there is a usefulness in reaching out to like Appalachian coal miners, right? To get them and develop their class consciousness. But they are useful in that degree, but they are not like a part of the wider movement. The core left movement is about getting those people who want class consciousness, but also getting those people who want racial justice, and also getting those people who want trans rights. And it's our job as somebody who has the wherewithal to do the connection to bring those people together, but understanding that they are not a part of that core movement. They can be useful to the core movement, but they are not a part of the core movement. And all too often do white leftists want to pull in those racist Appalachian voters on the mechanism of class and leave out the people who want racial justice, trans rights, queer liberation, right, women's rights. They leave them on the outskirts because they identify more with that racist Appalachian voter, right? And this is my overarching problem with like the ACP, the American Communist Party, is that they oftentimes do that. They will look to building connection and coalition with the racist Appalachian voter through a class lens, while also saying, all right, black people, if you want coalition with us, you have to renounce your blackness and only focus on class issues, right? Women, if you want coalition with us, you have to renounce your womanhood and only focus on class issues. And freaking, what's it called? Like trans people, if you want coalition with us, you have to renounce your transness and only focus on class issues. They reduce all identity issues into identity politics, claiming that it's not as worthwhile to deal with because it's not on a class basis. You know? They say identity politics is a distraction to mean that they don't have to interrogate their own identity based biases. Yeah. And all too often do like the left-wing people are crazy. Or are like not as, you know what I mean? Because you thought FD didn't cook with this one. I'm usually a big fan of his commentary. Why so? Why tripping, or do white leftists sometimes act like liberals? White leftists act like liberals because they're white, right? They are still perpetrators of white supremacy oftentimes, right? And oftentimes we had done we as the left associated liberalism and conservative white supremacy, as opposed to like the fact that the structure of whiteness supersedes all political ideology, right? To be a leftist is just to be anti-capitalist to some degree, right? It's not to renounce white supremacy. There are white supremacist leftists. There are leftists who will support white supremacy. Same with patriarchy. There are leftists who will support the patriarchy. Hasan, thank you for streaming for us. You're welcome. Right? And that needs to be interrogated as well. But a lot of leftists get to the position of leftism and think like, I'm done changing. I'm done growing. I don't need to grow anymore. And that's not correct. A while back, I heard someone make a take that we shouldn't focus directly on reparations for black people in this country. Instead, tackle it for a complete class dynamic instead. Everything gets reduced to a class struggle at times. It is not intersectional. Yeah, that's class reductionism. And I'm not a fan of class reductionism. Right? Which is why, exactly what FD is saying here, it's so hard to sell like socialism to black people. That's a big reason as to why. It's because a lot of people approach it from a class reductionist mindset. You know? And so to give a very like reductive, like liberal framing of socialism, how it's talked about in the media, like if you have 10 people and 9 of those people start out with like 20 apples, right? And you start out with 0, and they're like, okay, now we're going to start giving everybody 1 apple. You're not going to see that as very fair. You know? Like you're told that this structure of socialism is supposed to be fair or fairer than capitalism. But you look around, you got 1 apple, everybody else got 21. And so it's very hard to sell like the idea of fairness and justice to black people, but like be anti-reparations. Do you think they're gonna believe you? Do you think that black people are gonna believe you when you say that like socialism is a more fair and equitable system? If you're not gonna give them what they were owed, that their ancestors had created and were not compensated for? No, they won't. They will not believe you. They won't. Racism and class struggles are both a part of the capitalism, along with the patriarchy and heteronormativity. Yeah. It's an interconnected struggle. You have to tackle it from an intersectional mindset. Unless you want to build a coalition of only cishet white people. Right? Cishet white men. Because if you want to do that, then yeah, don't worry about the intersectional nature of the superstructures of oppressive identities. You know? Don't worry about that. If you just want to build coalition with just cishet white dudes, you don't have to worry about that because you're not tackling these other identities. But if you want to, right? And if that's you, that's cool. We're not in community anyway because you don't want to build community with me, right? If that's you, you're over there. Cool. But if you're over here and you're like, I do want to build with some leftists or anti-reparations, yes, because they think it's unfair, funny enough. There are leftists who think that it's either unfair or unproductive to talk about because it makes white people sad. There are leftists who are anti-reparations because they're like, oh, if we give you reparations, then like it'll make the white people sad. Thought you ready to watch this? I did. We've circled back around, Brett. What's up? This is true. Yeah, they think it's a bad strategy. They're like, oh, if we give you reparations, then like it's gonna be a lot harder to get these white people back on board with like the class conscious movement. You know, so we shouldn't do it. African People's Socialist Party and Uhuru movement, all white people owe reparations to African people. White leftists hate this. They also think that it should be based on class, but it won't target racial injustice. Yeah, and it's impossible to do because the inequality is based on racial lines. Right? That's like saying we're gonna fix class issues by like, you know, raising taxes on everybody instead of just the rich to like do wealth redistribution. That sounds silly. it sounds silly. Like, yeah, we're gonna raise everybody's taxes, and then everybody's paying more in taxes, and then therefore we're gonna have money for everything. You know? It's just it's such a silly thing. I really don't think that framing it as reparations or not matters as long as we find a way to describe it that will appeal to it, like Zoran on Defund the Please. Honestly, I don't care if it appeals to white people. We're talking about what is owed. We're talking about what is owed to the people who built this country. It doesn't matter if it appeals to white people. Fuck them. Not fuck white people in general, but like fuck the white people who are like, I'm mad at reparations. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Right? Like I do understand what you're saying, Chatter, and for other issues, I do agree. Right? And like framing defund the police in a way that like isn't so scary. Like reallocating police funds is necessary in certain instances, but like when it comes to like things that are like foundational to like justice in this country, that's like saying, oh, some people will be mad at like Diddy going to jail, so we should frame Diddy going to jail in a way that makes them happy. You know what I mean? I get that, but my point is we still have to reach people. I still think that we can change public opinion. Not on reparations. Reparations is not. I don't think some things are non-negotiable, and that's my problem with a lot of leftists who appeal to like working class like white people. They will put the rights of people on the chopping block to appeal to those people because white people are still a majority in this country. They're like, oh, we'll sell out trans people if we need to, right? We'll sell out black people if we need to get the people on our side. Yeah, exactly. They bargain for what they bargain what is not theirs. It's not up to them to bargain about like whether or not reparations happens or not happens, right? It is what is owed to the people in this country, and that is a non-starter. You can talk about and bargain with other things. You appeal to people being like, yo, you know, your boss is not paying you as much as they need to pay you. They're extracting your surplus labor value. Get them on our side, and once they're on our side, you'd be like, you hit them with the boom. We're doing reparations, by the way. We'll fix your issue, but we're also doing reparations. Right? You don't appeal to bigots based upon their bigotry. You appeal to them based upon their oppression. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Right? They think that like they will appeal to bigots based upon their bigotry. Oh, you're a racist guy? Let me be racist with you to show that I'm on your side. So then maybe you can change your mind. Instead of being like, oh, you're a racist guy, but you work a job. You work a wage job. Right? You're a working class person. Let me appeal to that. And that was my problem with Vosh, right? That was my issue with Vosh. Vosh dropping the N-word to show his interlocutors that their words don't affect him, right? And being like overall an edgy white dude, right? To appeal to other edgy white dudes, I think it's cringe. It's also not necessary because those same edgy white dudes are still working class. That makes sense? Those same edgy white dudes are still faced with class issues. So why are we not appealing to them based upon the class issues? Why are we appealing to them based upon the racism, leaving the black people or marginalized people in general out to dry in these spaces? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. ACP, yeah, we talked about the ACP a few like 10 minutes ago. But yeah, I was saying that was my issue with them as well. Right? And I think, and I'll say this, there was a sliding scale of bad in the ACP, for sure. Like, I think freaking Jackson Hinkle is definitely on the worst side of the bad, or like, you know, he's basically a conservative, right? Eddie's not as bad, but he's still a class reductionist, right? So he's still not good. I don't know anything about Hasan. I don't care to know. But like, there's like a sliding scale of like people who are just like, I think, led astray, to like people who are legitimately bad faith grifters. You know what I know about those dudes, honestly? And I'll just stay back here. Why do you know so much ACP lore? I don't know. Actually, I see it on Twitter. That's how I know. Those spaces can be cringe, but at least they try to address these issues and have more black people in them. Yes, but it's done for cynical reasons, though, which is why I'm not going to hand it to no Live Spaces. Live Spaces are doing it for a cynical reason. They're doing it because they want black people to argue against their own self-interest. It also applies to RevComs. It's a large group. Yeah. Yeah. RevComs as a whole are just kind of funny. You know? They're just kind of funny. I think RevComs as like an entity to like look at, you'd be like, it's cute you have the takes that you have. You know? You know, a lot of people have hangups with the party because the party talks about a class struggle, and people who have those hangups are opportunists, cowards, and individualists and everything. But revolutionary, they find these things as an excuse to justify an alibi and bonify their lack of participation in real revolutionary struggle. Fred Hampton. I don't really know what this quote is supposed to mean. So are folks voting for liberals and centrists because they know they're getting the status quo with something that they are familiar with? I think some people, yeah. I think that's definitely some like older black people. They vote for liberals and centrists because it's like the safe choice, right? If they'd rather vote with what's secure and safe as opposed to flipping the coin or getting something better, or worse. It's like game theory. Chat. Yeah, the devil they know. Exactly. It's like game theory. It's like if you had a guaranteed $100, or would you flip a coin to either make $200 or nothing? A lot of people would just choose the $100. They know the $200 is probably better, right? Ever say I was talking about MatPat? Not MatPat. Like actual game theory, like that describes these kind of scenarios. Give me $100, I have bad luck. Exactly. Right? That's the whole Democrats, Republicans, and progressive choice. Right? It's not as simple as that because, you know, there are factors that play who gets elected. Right? Like the Democrats sabotaging progressive choices. But a lot of times it's viewed as a binary. It's either they can gamble on voting for a progressive who there's a good chance won't win due to the number of other factors, or they can vote for the Democrats who have a good chance of winning because they have established base and support, and it's safer. And they have to flip the coin at potentially voting for a progressive option. They lose, and the fascist Republican Party winning, and taking power, and then, like, you know, making black people's experience worse in this country. Not that I agree with it, but that's what goes through people's minds. And it's up to us as the people who believe in progressive candidates to get them to understand, hey, you know, this is why you should vote for Zoran Mamdani. Right? It's our job to convince them that that mindset is false and not beneficial in the long term. And that's all FD is saying here, is that when communicating that to black people, white leftists oftentimes fail. You know?
They are definitely going to show up to vote. Will the young people show up to vote? That's another question. That's always the question. And you're going to have to engage that population without coming off like debate bros, which is going to be hard because I know a lot of you only hear a black voice when you click my videos. And even then, I don't think some...
There's an actual critique of Zoran or Bernie in the way they ran the campaign. It seems more like focused on the voters and supporters. Yeah, that it is focused on the voters and supporters. Because they're the people who are taking the message from Bernie and Zoran in order to convert people's votes. Right? How do the candidates themselves address that? I guess my question. I don't care. That's not my goal. That's not FD's goal here. Right? Our goal is not to give Zoran and Bernie or progressive candidates talking points to address black voters. The goal is for the most of the people who are watching this, right? The 250,000 people who are watching this, who are going to do the work to educate people about what Zoran is doing, to do that in a better fashion or a better way. As the candidates, I don't care what they say, right? Because sometimes you'll get a candidate that is actually bad on black issues, right? But will be better for working class people overall. It's still up to you as a progressive person to massage that in a way, right? To get more voters. It's not about what the candidate is or what the candidate believes. It doesn't matter who the candidate is or what they believe specifically. So long as they're like, actually progressive and they actually believe those things, right? It's about the way that the base operates on actually giving the allies, right? You could have Jesus Christ as the freaking candidate for a presidential election, right? And if you, as a supporter of Jesus Christ, are not doing the correct work to convert people, he ain't gonna win. It doesn't matter who the candidate is. It's about, okay, the candidate is this person. How does the base of support that you, as somebody who wants this person to win, how do you operate in order to change the minds of people who are apprehensive? That's the entire point. There are and have been black and brown people that support socialism. They just don't call it that. 100%. I talked about this a few days ago, right? I was driving on Crenshaw and I saw like the most community centers I've ever seen in my entire life in this one area of Los Angeles. Like, they're like a community focused like approach in the black community is a thing that exists. And it's about messaging that to them that like this candidate also agrees with that community focused approach. And a lot of times we as the wider left, we fail at actually delivering that message. I was really frustrated with the way Hasan discussed his topics in the video. Like the DSA has to go into these communities and start from zero. When in reality, radical POCs are already organizing themselves all over. All DSA or what leftists have to do is show up and support these orgs on the terms in their campaigns, but they aren't. Exactly. Right? I covered the way Hasan talked about this a few days ago. Right? And this is what kind of rubbed me the wrong way, is that he was kind of discussing it like black people and brown people were not a part of the conversation. You know? It wasn't about how can we make this space more attractive so that black and brown people would like to work with us and within this space. It was more, this is how y'all, the white leftists, need to go and convert black people. Right? Instead of like, hey, let's make this space more approachable so that there are more black people who can then go talk to their parents. Right? It was almost like there was like a default that he was only talking to white people. This way it was sort of weird. You know? I think overall his take was still very similar to what FD's take was, which is like you have to show up and meet people where they were. But it was also kind of funny because he arrived at that position in the same way that like FD also arrived at that position, which is just like show up and talk to people where they are. And then chat was crucifying FD but they were agreeing with Hasan. You know? It was all, oh, FD's an identity politics liberal. He's an identity politics liberal. He's a liberal. He's a liberal. He's a liberal. But when Hasan was like, show up to people where they were or where they are and talk to people in these communities, they were like, yes, Hasan. Yep. You're so right. Chat really misinterpreting the video, it sounds like. While we can't convince them to talk to their racist aunts and uncles about themselves, the double standard that they fail to acknowledge. True. That's so correct. I remember him saying FD was right. Yeah. Like I still think he should have watched the video. I'm still a big proponent of him watching the video. Also, he's flattening of the left to DSA, which is truly the only leftist space that I've been in that has this problem this badly. Yeah. I think a lot of people view the DSA as the only avenue that like leftist politics works, right? And the problem is that it reduces down all the people of color who are a part of community building, right? I said this before, like Black people community build. They do. Like it takes a village is a saying that I don't know if it's exclusive to the Black community, but there's a saying in the Black community about building families with a community focus. Right? It's not just like the nuclear family. It's, you know, you got god aunts, god uncles, godmothers, godfathers. You got cousins who aren't your cousins. You got, you know what I mean? You got brothers that aren't your brothers. Like it's a very community focused and community driven way of building. But when people talk about activism, when people talk about leftist politics, they don't view that. They view the DSA. Right? Maybe PSL. Right? But by and large, the DSA aren't in Black communities. So when your only advice to people to grow leftist community is just join the DSA isn't in Black communities like that. They're not. They are, I will say they're getting better. Slightly better. But they're not in the Black communities like that. When people in the Black communities have money trees, that's redistribution of wealth. Even Black churches in these communities, I don't mean mega churches, I'm talking about local churches that give back to the communities. All that matters, yeah. And not even just like Black churches. One of the coolest things I saw when I went back home from college was a local church and local mosque were like, they're like across the street from each other. And every Wednesday, they do a joint venture to go out and they feed the homeless together. Right? An interfaith venture to go out and feed the homeless together. Like consistently every single Wednesday. There's a church in my community that bought all of the debt for a neighborhood. Right? They went to like a what's it called? Like a loan company. They bought all the debt and lit it on fire. Right? And I'm gonna be real. I think the DSA is cool. The DSA ain't doing that. Right? That's something that I have not seen pretty much anywhere in like the like leftist organizational space. Probably because we don't have the money. But like massive debt relief in that way, that's mutual aid. Like that's impactful. But like you don't see overlap with that in like the DSA. For some reason, but nobody ever talks about that stuff as if it's the same thing as like joining the DSA. I feel like the online leftist space prioritizes starting movements and creating communities to bring people into rather than building on existing community and structures is a bit self-centered. Oh no, it's 100% self-centered. You're totally correct. John Oliver did that once. You're right. He did do that once. Dang, DSA getting outflanked by libs. Free people's free food program recognizes the OGs. Yeah, 100%. Black Panther Party been doing this for years. When tornado ripped through North Seattle and destroyed the black neighborhoods. PSL immediately went and up a service hub in those neighborhoods that have been essential to providing support for the 2 months there. Oh, St. Louis. Okay, thank you. I was like, STL. Yeah. That's sick. Do you feel it might take years to build that trust with black folks due to white supremacy? Not, I wouldn't say due to white supremacy specifically, but I will say it will take years to build that trust due to a number of different factors. Because you still have to get over the media landscape of like liberal media. Because by and large, black people aren't watching Fox News. Right? Black people aren't watching Fox News. They're watching liberal media. The elder, like boomers, Gen X, like black people are watching liberal media. And you have to get over that hump as well. And so there is some distrust. I think some is valid and a lot of it is invalid. But you have to get over that hump of that distrust by getting in the communities and talking to the people. Which Zoran did very well, actually. Right? He did a good job, right? Better than Bernie did originally. Getting into the communities and talking to people, but it needs to be more. Right? It needs to be more. It needs to be consistent, not just, you know, we're going to spend 2 weeks, right, in the black churches talking to black churchgoers, and then we're going to go move on to this other separate group of people. There needs to be established, consistent presence in these spaces to unlearn what liberal media is espousing. So it's meeting people where they are instead of trying to wrap them in a candidates movement. Yes. Right. And if you meet them where they are, they will, right, be a part of the movement in general. Not just the candidates movement, but a movement in general. Oh, it's interesting because Zoran's polling with black people has totally flipped. He's firmly ahead with the demographic, which is interesting because he was already ahead with youth black vote. I didn't see the new polling, right? But yeah, he's been very consistent and explicit on who his audience is, which I appreciate. He's building strength through a lifestyle change, solidarity. Again, I can understand what Hasan's goal is for what he's trying to do with his crafting his audience. It's still not exempt from critique, though. White leftist atheists aren't going to be able to convert black Christian voters unless they make the time to build bridges without judgment and meet people where they are. That's true as well. The polling. The poll, 40% Mamdani, 24% Cuomo, 15% Adams, 14% Sliwa. Is Sliwa the Republican person? If Cuomo and Adams join forces, they could beat Mamdani. If Cuomo, Adams, and Sliwa, he's a Bray guy. That'd be a Bray guy. Join forces, they would beat Mamdani. These politicians refuse to consolidate New York's anti-socialist majorities. History will not forget them. Let's see. Mamdani, Democrat 52. Okay. Yeah, black 42. The Adams has lost a lot of favor with the black voters. That's a roughie. Cuomo dropped down as well. Wasn't Cuomo was at like, I think with all like young and old black voters, wasn't he at like 60 something, 50 something? In the primary. He was playing too much? True. That's why comparing this to Bernie isn't convincing. Mamdani actually wins. Which, to be fair, FD did say. In his video, FD did say that Mamdani has a very solid chance of winning. I also think he wins. Right? But keep in mind, this is New York. We want this to be able to be applicable to all across the country. And in South Carolina, you need the older black vote. Unfortunately, you need it. You need it. You're gonna need the older black vote. What worked in New York will not be directly applicable to South Carolina. And what FD is saying is like maybe try this strategy. Should people run for DSA as a mean to get the anti-vibration folks out there? Like DSA leadership? I don't know if there's any anti-vibration people in like the DSA leadership. I know they are in the DSA. Some are in the DSA, but they're all across the leftist spectrum. Look at Cuomo's 20% in Kings County. He won there in the primary, what an insane drop. I think part of that has to do with 20. I think part of that has to do with the fact he took so long to announce that he was running again. Right? So people saw that he lost and people kind of like stopped caring about him. He had like 2 weeks to decide he was running again. He was like, first he was like, I'm out of it. And a few days later, he was like, no, I'm not out of it yet. And then as of like, I think a week ago, he was like, I'm back in it. We got this. And showing this, they don't got this. They don't got this. I'm sorry. But yeah. More female than male for Cuomo is kind of wild. Not as wild as you think, honestly. Kings County is my hood. Brooklyn. Got a new social media team, bro. Have you seen it? He jumps out of a dude's car? I have not seen that, actually. Oh, they tapped into politics in 2022. Why did people vote for a black cop in the first place? Like in the presidential election? Well, to answer your question, nobody did. She lost by quite a bit. Oh, Eric Adams. See, I didn't even know which black cop you're talking about. Wasn't it like he was like super like anti-crime, which is kind of funny to say because like nobody's like pro-crime. But like he ran on the anti it wasn't the crack vibe, the anti-crime ticket. I need to talk about your faith much, but are you Catholic or Protestant? Cool if you know what to answer, just curious. I'm not Catholic. No offense to all my Catholic folks out there. Shout out my Catholics. Why didn't they pull Staten Island? It would have been too far from Mamdani. Catholic gang, we lost. I don't think you lost. You got the Pope still. He's up there doing Pope stuff, I guess. I don't know what the Pope does. I'm gonna be real. I'm not Catholic. We know it's Staten Island. We know it's Staten Island on. True. Pope stuff. I'm sure the Pope does Pope stuff. I don't know. Probably. But yeah, I think this video was fine. I think this video was good. Praying or something. He was in the news recently. Didn't the Pope do like a march against ICE? Did I see that? He did like an anti-ICE march or whatever. Do you think he's wrong will be up with black voters due to racial attacks against lady? Nah, I think it'd be fine. I think he's gonna win pretty handedly. I think genuinely, I think Zoran handled a lot of the attacks from liberal media calling him racist very well. He did call for another ceasefire in Gaza recently. Dang, they losing because they bombed a freaking Catholic church. Israel bombed the Catholic Church. And it got like Marjorie Taylor Greene being like, how dare you? Or, I don't know if she said that, but like, I saw that as well. I have that saved.
Israel
Trigger warning for Marjorie Titan Green.
bombed a Catholic church in Gaza, and that an entire population is being wiped out as they continue their aggressive war in Gaza. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. The U.S. already provides Israel with $3.8 billion annually in foreign aid. $3.8 billion, that's a lot of money. Additionally,
that's a lot of thanks, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The April 2024 security supplemental included $8.7 billion for Israel, even though Israel, nuclear-armed Israel, has universal health care for their citizens and subsidized college for their citizens.
That's a big word for Elmo. Stop.
They're able to provide that. However, here in America, we're $37 trillion in debt. My amendment will ensure an America first
Obviously, she's a demon. She doesn't care about any of this.
Department of Defense.
But like, the Democrats being outflanked with the freaking Republicans. Like, come on. As his tweet said, here, I'll finish it off.
And that is exactly what we need, and we haven't had for a very long time.
Like, Democrats should be embarrassed, which they should. The Democrats should be embarrassed. This is what they should be doing. This should not be coming for, from Marjorie Taylor Greene. I should not be hearing this from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Where is the Democratic leadership? She voted on a bill that AOC didn't. To be fair, I don't know what was in the bill. So, like, you know, I reserve some judgment for AOC. Because they could be like, yeah, we'll strike $500 million from Israel, but also we'll give $900 billion to ICE or whatever, you know? To that degree, you know, it depends. So I would need to see what was in the bill before we see what was Rashida and Han voted yes though. Okay, then never mind. Never mind then. I don't know. I tried. Okay, I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. I tried to give her the benefit. I don't know. I don't know what AOC's doing. Genuinely, I don't. I don't know what AOC's doing. I don't. I don't. She keeps doing stuff. She keeps doing stuff, and I'm just like, why? She's been doing stuff for the last 2-3 years. Then I'm just like, why? Then she's running for president. But like, no one's going to look at you like, oh, you voted yes on striking $500 million from Israel. You're no longer going to be president or whatever. Like, I get she's playing politics, but like sometimes, like, you have to do good stuff. You feel me? Like, if it was like, oh, you know, kill all black people or play a little bit of politics for the presidency, I would expect her to be like, well, you know what I mean? Like, at a certain point, you got to still do the stuff that you believe in. You know, if you do a 2 steps forward, 1 step back, you still got to take 1 step back eventually. She's doing like 2 steps forward, 2 steps forward, 2 steps forward, 2 steps forward. I'm like, okay, at some point she's going to get to a 1 step back, right? At some point she's going to like be like, okay, I'm going to vote no on this thing. You know? I don't know. She's an interesting character. She thinks that this will get AIPAC off her back, but it won't. It won't. I don't know. Maybe she's picking her battles. I don't know. I don't even know if it passed. Maybe she was like, oh, but it didn't pass anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't freaking know. Ow! Exactly. Even Zoran's dissuading his followers from using intifada, a harmless phrase. We have to hold on their positions. If Zoran was actually losing ground, I would agree with him to a certain extent. Like, if it's not working, change it up. But he's not losing ground. You know? He's doing insanely well, even with all the attacks he's getting. So why not just hold firm? Like he's cozying up to like to what's his face, Hakeem Jeffries. Like again, I get building coalitions, but like you don't need them. You don't. Again, if it was looking bad, if he was losing ground, I would be like, I understand it. I get it. I can disagree with it, but I understand it. But it doesn't look like he is. Do you think the CNN article, this comment with Bernie, I think that's what did it? I did see the thing with Bernie. But like, he already has the endorsement. Is Bernie gonna take the endorsement away? Be like, I call your bluff, old man. You're assuming he's actually running to win socialist policies and not to advance his own career? No, I think he's running to make New York a better place. I don't know if he cares anything about things as grand as like advancing socialism as a whole, which could be the disagreement. You know, is that I think he's going to like, I think he's trying to actually make the buses free, do what he ran on, you know, lower the cost of groceries and stuff like that, but like less like ideological, being the voice for socialism in that space. I think Zoran would need support from the establishment at the state level to fund his policies, so he kind of needs them. He doesn't need. Doesn't he just need the what's her face? What's her face? You know her name. I don't know her name. New York person. Hochul? Kathy? Hochul. That person, yeah. Not gonna lie, if you can't support Zoran, then you won't support anyone running for office in the US. I don't think anybody here is saying we're not supporting Zoran specifically. Right? But it is just like, there is a certain need to like cede ground on some things, and sometimes I don't necessarily think you need to. And so, sometimes I think they go a bit farther than they need to. This goes for AOC. This goes for even to a certain extent, like Ilhan Omar. You know, Bernie Sanders. Like, I think sometimes they go further than they need to cede ground on things that they don't need to cede ground on. And it's just like a difference in strategy. Yeah, I think by and large, Zoran being the mayor of New York would be better than not. You know. Like, again, I would rather have AOC than have somebody more moderate than her in that position. But how far do you need to like kiss the ring or bow down in order to serve that purpose? Is this where we kind of differ, right? Like, I differ than Bernie Sanders, and I think even Brett differs from me to a certain extent, right? And we differ from Hasan. Like, we all have like a different level of what we think is necessary to engage in the system, right? And how much of that is necessary is an interesting conversation, you know? Even though we are all on the same side. It's a different strategy. And I think that these discussions are productive, in my opinion. I think these are productive discussions. But I do think that the Democrats should be ashamed that like they're being outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene on Israel. Respect for diversity? Exactly. Can imagine what kind of threats he might be facing on this, so I'm a little bit more sympathetic. And I understand that. I do get that. Right? It is an interesting conversation. Yeah. I think by and large, the way I operate with my community space here, I operate with the assumption that we are all want the same thing for the most part, right? So when I criticize Hasan's community, when I criticize Hasan, when I criticize other left-wing people, Zoran, AOC, Bernie Sanders, or whatever, I come at it from the perspective that we all want the same thing, and we are pushing for the same goals, and we are talking about what is the most effective way to get there in that position. it's just an unforced error, and it's him backsliding on Israel, like when he said it had a right to exist. It's unfucked the situation again, but he doesn't have to. The thing, right? Like, I don't think Zoran saying he thinks Israel has a right to exist is going to save him, or did save him in the primary. I think the support that he had made that a non-starter. I think he got better by saying that I support a singular state that has equal rights for everybody. I think that's a better answer. Right, but like, I don't know if reaffirming Israel's right to resist saved him any trouble. But again, I'm not in that position. I'm speaking purely from an outside perspective. And so this is just all things that we can talk about here, so that the next person that pops up, and the next person, as we keep growing this movement, has more to think about when they decide to answer these questions. You know? What is this? I thought I blocked this person. Maybe I muted him. I did. I have him muted. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's continue with something different. I covered all this. I want to save that open. I guess we could finish this as well. Can you look over your blocked list? Sure. That'd be funny. Jump scare. It's on my face. Here, before we do that, let's go into this. Kaiser reveals the reason why he started distancing himself from Aiden Ross online. Aiden's manager called him the N-word while on the phone at 4 a.m. Aiden's community doesn't like him, so he'd rather stay away from somewhere he's unwanted.
Like, nigga, I'm gonna go ahead and just speak what's on my mind. Word to my mother. I never lie about nothing. Tav called me late at night, 4 a.m. drunk or off something, out his mind. I swear to God, if I'm lying, I'm flying. He calls me, he says, hey bro, Aiden having a birthday party, so you need to be here by tomorrow, bro. We'll send you a jet. We'll make sure everything, we'll send you a jet. We'll make sure you're good. We'll fly you out there, bro, if you can. He calls me at 4 a.m. He wants me to be there the evening of the next day. I tell him, I say, yo, Tav, I don't think I could be able to do it, but I'll let you know, bro. I'll let you know if I'll be able to do it, but most likely it's last minute. I don't think I'll be able to do it. He said, okay, just let me know, bro. We gonna have the jet. We gonna make sure the jet good for you. Then he gonna tell me, I'm with Aiden right now. He losing millions in this gambling shit. If he keep this up, I'm gonna go with the FaZe guys.
What do you mean by that? Oh, I love that button, bro. I love that button. That's so funny.
Niggas talking about snakes. The closest ones will do the most to you, nigga. The nigga gonna say, if he keep this gambling shit up on I swear to God on bro, nigga. What am my mother, bro? He says, if he keep this gambling shit up, I'm gonna go to the FaZe guys. Tav is a white man, by the way. He proceeds to say, from Nike to McDonald's, but bro, keep it real, bro. Nigga, a chicken Big Mac, nigga? Nigga, a chicken Big Mac, nigga? He on my phone, calling me the N-word at 4 a.m. in the fucking morning. You supposed to be a nigga manager and you, what's up with you? The nigga on my phone, 4 a.m., calling me about a fucking McDonald's commercial, saying, nigga, really, a chicken Big Mac, nigga? My face.
Girl, the boycott is crazy.
In my head, I'm like, I should dead ass like start blacking on this nigga right now. But deep down inside of me, I'm like, how do I even want to give this nigga my energy? Because then, if I was like, damn, I want to tell Aiden, but it was his nigga birthday. the way the nigga made it sound like the nigga was down, I'm like, I know the feeling of losing somebody so important on your team. I don't want to fuck up his mental. And I told him this before anything. So I told Aiden, I said, bro, I'm gonna keep it a stack with you, bro. The reason why I've been distancing myself, bro, was because like this is what happened on the phone at 4 a.m. and I should have told you, but like in my mental state, I wasn't in that mode to be ready to be on stream and like just ready to think. And I told him, I said, bro, let's be real. Anybody who's been in this community since 2021, since the comparison's been starting, let's be real, Aiden. Your community don't fuck with me. And that's the truth, gang. That's the truth. I've been there on your birthday when people could have showed up and did it. Me and you feel what I'm saying? And I've done a lot too, bro. And I every interview I walk in, I make sure I say, yo, Aiden definitely did his thing and he wilded out and he's such a good creator and shit. But like, and he did for the 100 gift, appreciate it. But bro, let's be.
Did Aiden reply with some wild response? Did Aiden reply? And saying like Kai has to deal with this BS, even though he's literally the biggest guy on the platform. Not even that shields you from racism. Of course he did. Okay, what did he say? What did he say? I kind of giggled because at the end he was like, "Yeah, bro, thank you for 100 gifted." Anyway, back to what I was saying. Like, dog, just getting dropped 100 like that is crazy. You start with Aiden. What are we doing? You know what? I won't say anything. Last time I said something, it got clipped and posted to Twitter. So I'm not gonna say anything. Not even gonna say anything. Somebody in this now sometimes Open Presence drops like 1,500 subs. Barely gets mentioned after the first 500. To be fair, I don't know how many times you can say thank you for the 100 gifted, you know? But if I got 100 gifted, 1,500 subs, I would thank him every time. I'd do a backflip or something. Right? I made double the amount of money I make usually last month because of Open Presence and a bunch of gifted subs. So like, I'll do a backflip. I'll do 2 backflips. 3 backflips, actually. I won't do any backflips. I'm sorry. I can't do that. Let's see.
Going for that, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not going for that, bro. Ray could sit there, do monkey noises, and say crazy shit all the time, but it's cool. But as soon as it's my community or anybody else's community, Cuffin will call me crazy juice stuff, and I talk to Cuffin.
Okay. Initially, like, I don't think Aiden Ross is completely incorrect in the fact that, like, not to excuse his racism or whatever, like, but like the people around Kai do be doing racist stuff as well. To be fair, I will point that out. It does exist. It does happen. That's what I said during the Mizkif clip, right? Is that it was funny to like draw the line at Mizkif, but still invite like Neon, you know, or still hang around Sneeko. You know? So there is some truth to that as well. But like, you can't sit here and be like mad at Kai for still not liking the fact that you are still engaging with this crazy stuff. You know? Oh my goodness, it's still broken. It's still broken. Please stop. Please stop. I have no idea how to fix that. 4 on the end of the raid. Hello, sorry if you had to hear that broken raid sound. Let's see. Refresh. I will turn it off and then I'll do this. And I'll turn it back on and I'll do this. Hopefully that fixes it. What's good? How's stream? He streams? No way. Yeah, Foreign's on Twitch now. Are you partnered yet? Every Friday? Foreign Fridays, baby. Yes. W. No politic here. Oh, you're not partner yet. Twitch is playing games with y'all. It's on the front page today? Really? That's sick. W. I was talking about Kai and Aiden Ross. I'm so sorry. I partnered. Don't show it. It doesn't show it, actually. Interesting. Wait, maybe let me check my native Twitch. I see it. I don't see it. Oh, I see it on my native Twitch, not on my chat right now. This is what mine looks like. Is it native just isn't displayed in chat? Okay. Never mind then. Twitch is not playing games. Have you been interesting? Oh, geez, Louise. I don't know why people are giving him the time of day. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, let's continue with this, where he defends his racism, I guess.
Going for that, bro. I'm sorry, I'm not going for that, bro. Ray could sit there, do monkey noises, and say crazy shit all the time, but it's cool. But as soon as it's my community or anybody else's community, Cuffin will call me crazy Jew stuff, and I talk to Cuffin back the same fucking way, bro. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, bro. Like,
what happened to this video?
Sorry, chat. I'm sorry, bro. Like, that's just the reality of things. And Kai, the only reason why my community does not like you is because of look at the clip that I sent you a couple days ago, bro. Look at the clip I sent you a couple days ago. You see
I'm sorry. I cannot take bro seriously when his mods have to pin this tweet. I can't. We don't even have that watermelon or monkey mode. We took it off months ago. Dog. You know, like, why is he even mad at us? We took off that monkey emote way long ago, right? We haven't had that monkey or watermelon emote for months, okay? Is that it has Aiden's mod. It's Aiden's mod, and also I think a partnered kick creator. That's so funny. Months ago could have been this year, yeah.
I'm praising you, saying W Kai, WWW, and then what do? You scroll right past it. No shit, they're not gonna fuck with that. No shit.
What?
And what do? You a couple days ago, bro. Look at the clip I sent you a couple days ago. You see I'm praising you, saying W Kai, WWW, and then what do? You scroll right past it. No shit, they're not gonna fuck with that. No shit. Like, I'm gonna just be real. If I did the same thing, Kai, if I scroll right past a clip from you, I'll scroll right past the same clip from you, Kai, of you praising me, your whole community's gonna be on my ass. Oh, L8 and L8. It's the same shit. I gotta watch the full thing, but like, I'm just being reality. I'm gonna stick up for y'all, bro. Cause I'm gonna really stick up for you guys, bro. You know, I don't want it to be like that, but every single comment is toxic in their own ways. Every single community on X is toxic.
Pony21 just subscribed. L. Aiden.
Whoa, don't say that, please. Please, I don't want the smoke. Pommy, thank you for the 7-month subscription. He said, no, you ignore racism. No, he didn't ignore the racism. He said, everybody does the racism. Right? Cuffham does anti-Semitism to me, and I do racism back to him. So why don't you like when I do racism to you, Kai? Kai's like, well, my black friend lets me be racist to him.
Subscribed. L. Aiden.
Kai, my black friend lets me be racist to him. Why you not let me be racist to you? That's what his point is.
Going for that, bro. I'm sorry, I'm not going for that, bro. Ray could sit there, do monkey noises, and say crazy shit all the time, but it's cool. But as soon as it's
to be fair, I don't know if Ray's actually making monkey noises or doing racist stuff. If that's happening, I still think it is a bit different when your friend is doing that. Like if Kai is cool with Ray doing that, it is a bit different. I still think it's unacceptable to do it on stream because it makes the audience feel like they're okay, or that's okay to do to like the black people in their lives. That those are okay jokes to make. But it is different than like if Kai doesn't feel comfortable with you doing that to him. You know? Who's Ray? Ray is Asian boy Ray. It's one of Kai's friends. No, the black friend is dependent on Aiden, the one that's self-harassment baiting. Yeah. Friends making inappropriate jokes all the time is there's a difference. There is a difference. Right? I still don't think it's acceptable, but it is different. I will acknowledge. Also, Mao Zedong, thank you for the 10-month resubscription. Okay, real talk. What does these creators having all this space and no furniture? Kai, Aiden have nothing going on. This is peak male living spaces. R/male living space. I didn't have a couch in my living room until last week when my parents came, my parent and siblings came to visit. Someone Kai met in Japan a while ago on a stream who integrated into his friend group. Couldn't be me. I spent all my time on this desk anyway, so like, it ain't really a problem like that. A single folding chair. This is a funny single folding chair here. Yeah, there's a single folding chair and a giant TV. It's like a, what is it? Like a 75-inch TV, an 80-inch TV, bro. Are you watching that TV on that singular folding chair? That's crazy.
Community or anybody else's community. Cuffin will call me crazy juice stuff, and I talk to Cuffin back the same fucking way, bro. I'm sorry, chat. I'm
You don't see it for you though because you have it cut off. They're showing the space with nothing in it. I mean, to be fair, there's just nothing over there. So like my living room's over there. I'm in my bedroom right now. See, like, burrow. I don't know if you saw it. Probably not. Anyway, yeah. What else is there with this? There's more Aiden Ross stuff, right? Also, I think this beef is might be potentially made and manufactured. Potentially. They are in Tony Parker's mansion for the summer. But they live a different life. Hello, Hasan. Hello. That's right. It is me, Hasan. Kaya is over there sleeping. This is my Hasan impression.
The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see it. You're not looking at me, boy.
Don't call it a DP. I think the raids were too far apart from each other where it's not a DP. It's a regular raid. Him just thinking for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Anyway, if there's nothing else with the Kai stuff, we'll move on. Tom Holland responds to the drama. What drama did Tom Holland respond to? It's not a DP raid. Stop. I keep getting pirate software stuff, by the way. I tried pirate software's controversial game. Man, that's a good topic. Hey, I watched a new FT video of Lupe. Not
Trump's
on
Epstein
screen,
files.
probably. Oh, I didn't talk about Epstein. Okay, we have to talk about Epstein. All right.
Scandals just got bigger after Trump's DOJ fired Maureen Comey, who prosecuted both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine
I've heard
Maxwell.
the Obama chat. Wait, why? Okay, we'll see man carrying things as well. The two type of reactions to Epstein news.
Does not sit well with me. We were promised transparency. He ran on a platform of seeking justice, of exposing these creeps. Then he says the files don't exist. Then he says they do exist. They were just made by Hillary. Then he says I'm stupid for even wanting to see the files. He says he doesn't want my support anymore because I just want to know what's on those files. I am in shock. I feel betrayed.
You were the first one to cover power software in relation to the anti-regulation BS. Not the first, one of the first. But thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. Oh, gosh darn it.
What's on those files? I am in shock. I feel betrayed. I can't believe it. First time. This is why people hate you libs. You're so damn smug. Don't call me a lib, asshole. What did you expect would happen? The guy who was best friends with Epstein would totally, definitely want all of Epstein's clients out in the open. Fell for it to get award. It goes to you, pal. He's not your friend, and now you're just gonna roll over and get distracted by the next bullshit. You're right. What? Trump is wrong. Say that again. Trump is wrong, and I am mad at him. What do you care? You don't want the files out because you want Bill Clinton's name to be forever enshrined in gold. Ooh, I love Bill Clinton.
This is the episode story in 2019.
What? Forever enshrined in gold. Ooh, I love Bill Clinton. I hate Bill Clinton. What? I think we finally have a point of common interest. Perhaps this Epstein thing will instill a sense of class solidarity, and we will demand better from the assholes who run our country. Never thought I'd fight side by side with a gay libtard. What about side by side with the... God, you're insufferable. It's called comedy. It's legal again, remember? We're so close. It's been a weird week. You're telling me.
That's funny. Okay. On the Epstein stuff, I was gonna watch there's so many pirate software videos. Please. This one has 900,000 likes or subscribers. Oh, jeez Louise. There are so many videos about pirate software. Why? What's going on with Neon and Breakfast Club? I don't know. Why is there so much stuff? Why is there so much stuff to talk about? I spent so much time talking about stupid leftists when I could have been farming drama off of XQC responding to Kai saying that he doesn't like him, saying that the personalities don't mix together. If he wants to make everything I said a big deal, then so be it. Also, I need to make my pizza. Oh, here, chat. Here, watch this. Watch.
Somebody I don't fuck with XQC. And I tell y'all niggas that all the time. I don't even want to mention that nigga name because y'all niggas know the lore behind that. But, nigga, if I don't fuck with somebody, I would tell y'all niggas. Like, I don't fuck with that nigga. I would tell y'all. It's a lot of weird shit going on, bud.
Read it in wheat, boys. Guess what these are? These are not my bouncing bahoogas. These are 2 things of pizza dough that I have chilling in the freezer. One for today and one for probably later today, actually. That's right. I'm a chef. Be right back.
Okay, well, it's all good. Yo, listen, he comes from a different, like sphere of the internet than I do. Like, over here, we throw shade and we do whatever, and it's not like, oh, we know it's not some big deal. He wants to make everything I say a big deal, then so fucking be it. Then we don't fuck with each other.
I'm back. What'd I miss? You might think I pirate there and I don't even watch streamer content. Did you watch the Kai clip? What Kai clip? Did you do a TikTok cooking video? Oh, I should have done that. It's too late now. Run back.
Somebody I don't fuck with XQC. And I tell y'all niggas that all the time.
Bro, why is Kai farming? Though with Aiden's manager calling him at 4 a.m. Yes, we saw that one.
Tom, I don't even want to mention that nigga name because y'all niggas know the lore behind that. But nigga, if I don't fuck with somebody, I would tell y'all niggas. Like, I don't fuck with that nigga. I would tell y'all. It's a lot of weird shit going on, bud.
Okay, well, it's all good. Yo, listen, he comes from a different, like sphere of the internet than I do. Like, over here we throw shade and we do whatever, and it's not like, oh, we know it's not some big deal. If he wants to make everything I say a big deal, then so fucking be it. Then we don't fuck with each other. If every single
OVO Tony Stark at XQC chat. What do you mean?
nah. If every single thing
This is Kai's chat. Oh, we vote with Trump racist Ross. Ooh, interesting. What are Kai's sub badges? That must not be what I think it is. Oh, it's a lion. I think. This is a rat. Okay. The rats. Yeah, it's a Master Shifu. No, not Shredder. Shredder's the guy with the metal stuff. No, Splinter. That's what it is. Master Splinter. Who's Master Shifu? Does Shifu mean master in Mandarin? Shifu's from Kung Fu Panda? Oh. Is that racist? Am I being racist? Slightly? Dang it. You know what? Cancel me. Go ahead. I deserve it.
said about him is shade and he's got to stand on business, then so be it. Then our personalities just don't mix together. It's no problem. I mean, it's not like, why would I get mad about that?
I mean, but to be fair, this chatter is correct, right? Like, XQC is a line too far. You draw the line at XQC, but you're fine with Aiden Ross. Like, it's kind of silly. It is kind of silly to be like, man, I have such a problem with XQC, but like Aiden Ross, who's like directly and specifically called out for a reason for Trump's victory, who did a stream with Trump, who gave Trump a cyber trick as a gift and had to take it back because he was stupid, who hangs around white supremacists and Nazis and stuff. You're totally fine with all of that, but like XQC is a line too far. It's like, again, with the Phase Boys being like, oh, no closet racist, so no miskiff, but like we're gonna let the Nuck Boys guy show up and Neon be around, you know? It's kind of silly. Just a little bit. It is a bit silly. Because they all get paid by the same piggy bank, white kids, so they have to capitulate. What does Miskiff do? I said the N-word in 2018. I think that's what people refer to.
I thought about posting on Mogul Mail. I think I might this week. There's 2 videos I really want to make on Mogul Mail. I want to make an Epstein video, yeah. Actually binked it. I want to make a video about Jeffrey Epstein. And then I want to do a video on direwolves. The direwolf drama is...
Okay, I don't really care about that. But like, it is... Okay, also it is kind of interesting that like... It's kind of interesting to like bring back Mogul Mail for the Epstein stuff and not any of the creator related drama that has happened ever at all. Or like Palestine as well. You know, just putting that out there. an asshole or is Ludwig insufferable. There are a lot of people who don't like Ludwig. That is just true. There are a lot of people who don't like Ludwig. When apolitical people step into politics but don't view it as politics, I mean, they view it as a meme. Like Ludwig was making a song yesterday, and for like the intro to the song, he said, Epstein didn't kill himself or whatever. It's just, he talks about it exclusively from the perspective of memes. When it becomes so far where it's like memeable, or like, yeah, like when both sides agree, then he'll jump in and be like, this is my take on the situation. A whole lot of videos on Epstein coming out. Not a lot of people, not a lot about the big, beautiful bill cuts. Yeah. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Ludwig did talk about the big, beautiful bill, but like just a little bit. You know? I was never on Ludwig train, but I did leave the platform. To be honest, the Creator Clash I said recently was a bit far for me, to be honest. Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. I also lived in LA with certain raids have been happening. Yeah. I don't know. I try to be as generous as possible to think that like he just doesn't see some of the stuff. But like, you know, let's be real. I mean, I don't care if he talks about policy. It's more creator stuff. I think he should stick his neck out for. I mean, but like, I think ice raids, talking about the ice raids that are happening in your backyard, is kind of important a little bit. His friends are H-Rock and Aiden, and they 100% talk about it. I mean, Slime also talks about it to a lesser extent, right? He sees it how good you not. He just doesn't care. He doesn't dwell in his privilege and makes profit rather than risk anything for anyone marginalized because he's not. So why should he care? Yeah, I don't know. He's talking about the raise on the podcast. Not sure about the stream though. He doesn't stream as much as like Ludwig does. You know, pretty easy to see that his top priority is not to upset any of his viewers, right wing especially. It's not like talking about the raids would be a brand risk. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just coping. I'm holding out hope that there will be something in there. There will be one issue that Ludwig is like, I want to talk about that I think is important eventually. Or did the mango thing play the role in how he's moving? Nope. Not at all, Chatter. I'm going to tell you that right now. This is one of the most consistent criticism of Ludwig. I heard anecdotes from other SWAT creators interacting with Ludwig that he seems very insufferable. What small creators? I heard Tevin's account. I don't know. Maybe one day Ludwig will talk about something at some point.
A couple months ago on this channel.
I do want to see this as well. Heavy denial, but that's what it is. In this pirate software thing might be interesting. He's the commentary version of Mr. Beast, just cold content robot. Yeah. This is also slightly interesting to me. Okay, let's just get to the. You know what? I'll give him the benefit.
Is deep. I didn't realize how deep it went. There's some crazy drama with the direwolves. Yeah, Maya told me all about it. Hank Green made a pretty big video about the direwolves, and then the company who made the direwolf made a reply video about the direwolves, and I didn't know about any of this, but I thought it was very interesting. Is it similar to the mammoth hamsters? Archie, it's the same exact thing from the same exact company. Yeah, they're doing a panel about it at Open Sauce. So Maya was telling me, because she's been studying about it, about the direwolves, but I'm going to go to her panel, and then I'm going to make a video, I think on Mogul Mail about it. I'm Confusion. Basically, there's a for-profit animal conservation group that is trying to stop.
Like, I'm genuinely curious about what Ludwig, or why Ludwig decides to talk about what he talks about. The direwolf PR scam is not that interesting. I think it's relatively interesting, but I want to know, because it's not like that's like devoid of politics. Maybe it's because it's so clear cut that like he can't make people mad by being like, hey, this thing is bad. This company is like scamming by bringing back the direwolf, and it's not actually the direwolf. Which is just like, that's such an interesting line to draw. Like, if I talk about this, will it make people mad? Yes, then I'm not talking about it. Not even like, yes, okay, well then is there a way I can talk about it that's not that? It's just like, will this topic make people mad? Yes. Well, then I'm not talking about it at all. It's very interesting. There's a clear cut bad guy that cannot be argued, I guess. It's interesting for Maya, to be honest. Yeah, I know Maya does not like the direwolves. That's what I've heard.
Extinction, or sorry, go a step further, reverse extinction. At least that's how they phrase it. And they're worth like $10 billion. And the reason their valuation is so high is they have a bunch of celebrity investors.
Permissive structure thing. He knows someone, Maya, who's talked about it openly, and no one got mad at it. He mad at her. In terms of other political issues, his friend saw and talked about it openly, but gets yelled at. Yeah. Maybe.
And they get really flashy headlines. Like they made something called a woolly hamster. What they did is they changed the DNA sequence of a hamster to have long hair. Long hair hamsters exists. It has no DNA of a woolly mammoth, but woolly mammoths are like thought to have, or known to have long hair. So it was just like a clickbait thing. It was like a headline thing. And then they did it again recently with the dire wolves, which is like an extinct species. And they said they brought the dire wolf back, but they actually just made a white wolf that's a little bit bigger that looks like it would be from Game of Thrones. That isn't a dire wolf, but they just called it a dire wolf. And I think,
but there are dire wolves in Game of Thrones, though. Game of Thrones. Yeah, which I just realized it's because it's about a game for the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. No spoilers. I'm on episode 4, season 1. Game of Thrones? Yeah, I played the game with your mom, Chatter. Got him.
The path they're going down is they're going to just make Jurassic Park. Like
Did winter come yet? No. All they're like is like, winter is coming. Don't you know, son? Winter is coming. You know what time it is. That's right. The time that winter's coming. I'm like, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Chatter's mama's name Winter. True. Got him. Where he talks about this on the stream at Soul Service level. I'm telling you, I've only seen 4 episodes. There's a lot of incest, a lot of nudity. They're fighting for a throne, and winter is coming. That's all that the show is so far. That's it. The Dragon Lady kills them all at the end. No spoilers. Mom's been that guy. Sorry, I meant Ludwig. Oh. Anyway, let's continue.
Actually think that's what they're doing. I think they're just dead ass remaking Jurassic Park. Guys, you're saying cool. That's a bad thing. I don't know if you guys watched the movie Jurassic Park. The message of the movie is not, dude, fuck yeah, this is awesome. That's not really the takeaway of the film. It would be pretty sweet. I think you can only be I think the end result of this company Colossal is just making
Bro, okay. You know what? I don't really care what Level's talking about, honestly. Right? But like, can we stop with the Love Island stuff, please? Please, I beg of you, can we stop? Can we stop with the Alondria Hutta wars? Why does Hutta have a Stan account? She literally gained relevance 6 months ago. And why does her Stan account get millions of views? Please. Please. I can't stand it. I don't care. I don't care if Alondria's father is a Zionist or if he's actually a gangster disciple who's not a Zionist. I don't care if Hutta is a bad person or not. Get this off my feed. Get it off my feed. I don't care. The show's over. The fun's over. The fun is over. It's over. Please get it off of my feed. Mute their name, Sean, is another 6 months minimum. It won't even help. It won't even help. It won't. They keep posting screenshots. I can't mute the screenshots. That's on Amaya Papaya. I don't know much about Amaya. I didn't finish the show. I've only seen like 7 episodes. There's like 35. There's like 35 episodes, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Got in GD's ideas, which is pretty funny. It was pretty funny. Anyway, okay, I need to go. I might be back, chat. I might be back. But I have a meeting. Sorry, I sneezed like 3 times. Oh, that was my Zoom. You didn't hear the noise, but that was my Zoom noise. Ooh, I have a meeting in 30 minutes for an hour. You can't leave us, Hasan. Okay, thoughts on me playing videos for y'all until I get back? Huh? Yes? Perfect. I'm going to play my commodification video. I will end YouTube stream though. Sorry, YouTube stream. I gotta go. Adios, amigos. Play uninformed leftist reaction to FD? No.